Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is in Washington as he sits down with President Trump at the White House. Defense deals will be on the table as Trump confirms the US will sell F-35s to Saudi Arabia, calling them a great ally. And the UN Security Council approved Trump's peace plan, including the establishment of an international stabilization force in Gaza. It's been called an important step in the consolidation of the ceasefire. Now, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is in Washington today, meeting US President Donald Trump at the White House. MBS previously sat down with Trump during his first presidential term in 2018. The two leaders have become close allies over the years. They met in Riyadh back in May, where they announced several key investment opportunities and increased diplomatic ties between the kingdom and the United States. We can now go live to Washington to speak to our correspondent, Kate Fisher. Kate, this is going to be quite the welcome today.
Absolutely. This is the grandest reception that essentially we've seen for any foreign leader during this second Trump term. A real fanfare complete with cannons and US and Saudi flags draped on buildings near the White House. The US military is expected to conduct a flyover. And then tonight, a black tie dinner with 120 guests, including big tech CEOs like Elon Musk and even golfer Tiger Woods, we understand, and senior business tycoons from across the United States.
And what is Donald Trump hoping to get out of this visit?
Well, he is expecting to be able to make announcements regarding investment from Saudi Arabia into the United States and things like artificial intelligence, enhanced cooperation on civil nuclear energy, defense, sales, and he's hoping for the fulfillment of that $600 billion investment pledge made by the Saudis, which was announced during that trip to Saudi Arabia that you mentioned in May. The visit's expected to include an Oval Office meeting and a lunch in the cabinet room, and the White House is saying that the American people can expect what they're saying is good deals for the country, spanning technology, manufacturing, critical minerals, defense, and more. But I think also key to this for Donald Trump certainly will be trying to put pressure on the Crown Prince to sign up to the Abraham Accords. That's a long-term goal of Washington's and particularly of Donald Trump's. That would normalize relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel. But from analysts, speaking to analysts here, they don't expect that to be advanced on this visit, with the war in Gaza in this kind of fragile ceasefire, and of course the Crown Prince steadfastly saying that the only way he would sign up to that is if there were first steps taken towards creating a Palestinian state.
And also, the sale of F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia would mark a really significant policy shift from the US.
Yeah, that's right. And Donald Trump has said that is going to happen, and that 48 of those advanced aircrafts will be sent to Saudi Arabia. And it would be the first US sale to an Arab country. And as you say, marking a significant policy shift. And it could essentially alter the military balance in the Middle East and test Washington's definition of maintaining what it's termed as Israel's qualitative military edge, because at the moment, the only other country in the Middle East that has these weapons is Israel. Israel wants to keep it that way, of course, but clearly that stumbling block between Israel and the US, clearly Israel, another key ally of the United States, that appears to have been overcome given Donald Trump saying that that deal will go ahead, although there has been an intelligence report released here that has raised concerns that China could acquire the technology behind those weapons if this sale goes through. But clearly this is an important deal that Donald Trump has signalled will go ahead, and the Crown Prince is seeking defence deals and security guarantees on this trip to the US.
And Kate, how significant are any deals signed between President Donald Trump and MBS, given a new US president could actually back out of these deals?
Yeah, overshadowing much of this huge pomp and circumstance and all the talk of these fabulous deals is the fact that essentially they are being founded on the personal relationship between the Crown Prince and Donald Trump. This warm rapport that the two men share, which dates back, of course, to the first term of Donald Trump as president of the US, because these deals will lack the binding commitments that would be secured through congressional approval of them, and therefore when a new president comes to power in the United States, he or she could unwind those deals. And that's a real challenge for the Saudis because there are no formal guarantees that these deals will outlast the Trump administration. And of course, MBS is likely to be in power for many more years. And then he will have to deal with a succession of American presidents. And he won't have clarity that these deals will continue past the Trump administration. But of course, the Trump family has many business deals in Saudi Arabia, and they will continue past any term in the White House. And I don't think you can avoid the fact that these two families essentially are intertwined financially as well as politically right now.
Kate Fisher in Washington for us. Thank you so much for joining me. For more on this, I'm joined from Riyadh by Saudi Arabian political analyst specializing in US-Saudi relations, Ahmed Al-Ibrahim. Thank you so much for joining me. I just want to point you to what we're watching on our screen at the moment. There's a lot of fanfare happening at the White House. We're now seeing the US military officially open the doors. Donald Trump has walked out of them as, of course, he prepares to meet the Saudi Crown Prince today. Any moment now, we'll see the two men meeting each other. President Donald Trump has said this is more than a meeting. The US is honouring the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. What can we expect to see from this visit, and how high stakes is it for both sides?
Well, thank you for having me, first of all, and my greetings to you and to your viewers. It's such a great day today in Washington, D.C. I see this visit much bigger than actually a protocol photo. It's going to be, as President Trump always say, we recognize Mohammed bin Salman as the new architect of the new Middle East, and we want to be part of that story. For both leaders, the stakes is high. For the U.S. and Saudi Arabia, it's not anymore about oil. It's more about region stability. It's Saudi Arabia is one of the fastest growing countries in the G20. It's about AI. It's about defense. It's about Vision 2030. It's about investment in both countries. So it's not just a meeting. It is actually a visit to reset the U.S.-Saudi relationship around a new reality, and it comes with confidence rising from Saudi Arabia, from a young leader, which is the Crown Prince, who thinks actually in decades. He doesn't think with the news cycles.
And while you were just speaking to me, Ahmed, we are now seeing President Donald Trump standing next to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the White House. Both men greeted each other with a warm hug. Donald Trump and Mohammed bin Salman both smiling as we see them meet. The first time in 7 years that MBS has gone to the White House. We obviously saw him there during Donald Trump's first term. And as you mentioned, to me. The pair are expected to discuss a defense pact, AI investment, and Gaza. We're also just hearing a military flypast happening now as we see all the fanfare, US and Saudi flags. Ahmed, Donald Trump has put on such a show for the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Is this a surprise to you, or does it really signify how close the two men have become?
Oh my goodness, this picture is just an amazing picture. You know, as you mentioned, I mean, 7 years ago, MBS walked into the White House as a young reformer. Today, he returns, you know, the leader who actually delivers transformation, who delivers giga project, tourism, woman empowerment. He reflects a lot of things to become, you know, or made Saudi Arabia to become a regional power in the Middle East. You know, this personal relationship, the synergy is undeniably between Trump and MBS, and that comes after years and years of trust, of investing with each other, if actually seeing eye to eye with policies in the right advancement, is working with stakeholders in the United States. So this does not come between day and night. It comes more on how strategically both leaders has been working for their own people to empower them. You know, today Saudi Arabia or MBS is judged by 32 million Saudis. The same thing with Trump is judged by his taxpayers. Whatever these signed pacts is going to be signed by MBS or President Donald Trump, is going to reflect about economy. You know, we need these semiconductors, we need the rare earth minerals, we need a lot of technology from the United States. We're going to actually employ more than 40,000 people in the United States to deliver these kind of jets, to deliver these, you know, at the Boeing factory. So this is going to play a major role for both countries to, you know, to give more to their people, to, you know, inspire more relationship, to, you know, cement this kind of relationship between the two countries.
So you just spoke there to me about the deals and what the countries both need from each other, and also reacting to those pictures of the Crown Prince and Donald Trump standing there and the fanfare the White House has put on for Mohammed bin Salman. But other than investment deals and what they are looking to get from each other, do you think both countries will discuss regional stability? It's no secret President Donald Trump would like Saudi to normalize ties with Israel. Will that conversation come up?
Definitely, of course, regional stability will be on the table. President Trump has made it clear he wants Saudi Arabia to play a central role of any future regional architect. But there is an important point that we need to basically stop on it and understand that Saudi Arabia is not desperate for a deal. Saudi Arabia sets the term of any deal. MBS has been very clear that any path toward normalization must include real steps on the Palestinian right, and a statehood must strengthen regional security, not just a procedure or headlines that we are making. You know, it's definitely the two-state solution, the dignity for the Palestinian people. So to your question, yes, the topic will be discussed, but it will be discussed from a position of Saudi Arabia's strength and principle. Riyadh today is a rule maker in the region, not a passive player, as you know.
And it's clear that Crown Prince and Donald Trump have a very special relationship in comparison to the relationship between MBS and the former US President Joe Biden. How will this deep personal relationship impact what MBS is able to bring back home from DC when this trip to Washington concludes?
So we definitely agree there is a personal relationship between MBS and President Donald Trump, even to extend it to the family and, you know, the visits, the investment of the Trump family here in Saudi Arabia and vice versa. However, you know, the chemistry is there, the deal is there, you know, under Biden administration, even though he said that he's going to make Saudi Arabia as a pariah within 4 years, President Biden came to Saudi Arabia within 2 times. So that shows you the weight that Saudi Arabia holds. But the dynamics is different with President Donald Trump. When the leaders have trust and respect, things can move faster. bolder and with fewer layers of bureaucracy, because the trust is, is there. For MBS, this relationship is only a tool, not a trophy. This is very important that we need to highlight. If this personal raptor allows him to secure stronger security guarantees, more ambitious investment committee, better access to critical technology, and clear recognition of the Saudi leadership, then it will be used to bring concrete wins back home to Saudi Arabia. So it's not only a relationship that actually needs to stand there. This is actually all an investment by MBS into the Trump administration to actually bring wins to Saudi Arabia. At the end of the day, as I mentioned before, MBS is judged by his people, by his wins that he's going to bring to Saudi Arabia. And this is why, our leaders has been always taking Saudi Arabia to a prosperous, advancement, to a new path. Today, Saudi Arabia is one of the top countries in the G20 and a permanent sitter in the G7. And it's basically a focal point from all the investment around the world. So these kind of relationship, this charisma that MBS has with Donald Trump, with Sarkozy, with not Sarkozy, sorry, with the French Macron, with the British Prime Minister, with these kind of countries, it does bring these kind of bureaucracy down, and we are more faster in doing investment, even with China, with Russia, with other countries around the world. So it's there to stay. It's for the Saudi people, and the principle of trade is how can I benefit the other countries by the time that I can benefit my people.
And I want to ask you one really quick question before I let you go. Apparently, Cristiano Ronaldo, the captain of the Saudi football club Al Nassr, will also be at the White House accompanying MBS. Are you a fan? Is this a good idea?
I am a fan personally of Cristiano Ronaldo, even though I'm Hilali and he is from Al Nassr, so he's my rival, but I like him. He's such a great ambassador to Saudi Arabia. He's such a role model. A lot of kids, they look up to him. I think he's a great ambassador to Saudi Arabia. And by having him over there, this is basically a way of transferring what Saudi Arabia is doing successfully to the United States, because as you know, the United States is hosting the World Cup next year. And this is basically a token to, try to transfer this good story and the pathway that Saudi Arabia has done over here to the United States to help the Trump administration to actually benefit of what the ecosystem and their trial here in Saudi Arabia and how much actually investing in sport has contributed to the GDP. So if you look at the current Trump administration, they've done a couple steps actually that Saudi Arabia have done. One of them is the Saudi, the PIF, the Public Investment Fund. Actually, the United States has developed something like that the United States is investing in such a fund, and it's, buying companies that actually the return of these companies goes to the government and the GDP of the United States. So this is basically a replica of what Saudi Arabia has been done. That's why His Excellency Leigh Ann is among the team of MBS. And this is what shows you how these kind of synergy is happening also economically. It is not one-way benefit from Saudi Arabia, from the United States. Actually, it's two ways. So now Saudi Arabia has elevated from basically an ally to a strategic partner to the United States. And I have to mention, Saudi Arabia, through all the history of Saudi Arabia, we have contributed to the US GDP. We've never actually touched any taxpayer money in the United States to give us any grants, to give us any weapon for free, or to help us to get anything from any taxpayer. This is very essential. This is very important. President Trump recognized it, that we add to the GDP of the United States. We don't take it from it.
Ahmed Al-Ibrahim, brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much for joining me, especially as those live pictures came in of MBS and Donald Trump meeting. Military spending will be high on the agenda during today's meetings ahead of the highly anticipated summit. US President Donald Trump said he plans to sell US-made F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia as the two countries consider a potential multi-billion-dollar deal. Chris Gilbert reports.
It's been 7 years since this last Trump sit-down, and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is returning to the White House with business back on the agenda. A potential multi-billion-dollar deal has already been cleared by the Pentagon as Saudi Arabia seeks as many as 48 F-35 fighter jets. If the sale goes through, It would mark a significant policy shift, potentially reconfiguring power in the Middle East and testing the US commitment to maintaining Israel's military edge.
There's certainly ambitions of getting a defense agreement similar to that which Qatar received after the Israeli strike on Hamas leaders in Qatar back in September. The hope is that at least you would get kind of an executive order that, at least on paper, commits the United States to Saudi Arabia's defense.
President Trump says it's already a done deal.
Yeah, no, I am planning on doing that. Yeah. They want to buy. They've been a great ally. They've got to like us very much. Look at the Iran situation, what we did in terms of obliterating, we obliterated their nuclear capability. Yeah, I will say that we will be doing that. We'll be selling F-35s here.
The meeting sits on a long history of big-ticket US-Saudi agreements. For decades, the relationship has been built on oil, security and business, including massive energy deals during the US Bush and Obama administrations. The trip comes as Saudi Arabia continues to push ahead with its Vision 2030 reforms, opening new sectors, attracting foreign investment, and expanding its defense partnerships. Experts say it's a big opportunity for the Crown Prince.
First, really just reaffirming that Mohammed bin Salman is back, that even beyond the U.S.-Saudi relationship enduring throughout that time period, that Mohammed bin Salman himself, is kind of welcomed, at least by the president, back in Washington, D.C.
Questions remain whether Trump will push Saudi Arabia to normalize ties with Israel and pressure the Crown Prince to change a long-held condition of an independent Palestinian state. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
We can now speak to former US official Norman Rule. Norman, brilliant to have you on the show. We obviously just heard from our reporter before, but President Trump has backed the sale of F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia. He made the announcement ahead of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's arrival. How unprecedented is this potential multi-billion-dollar deal?
Well, the F-35 first is part of a broader defense package, and that package itself is meant to significantly enhance Saudi Arabia's air defense, intelligence, and offensive military capabilities. So that package itself is unprecedented and will transform Saudi Arabia's military standing in the region. And I think it's important that as we look at what comes from this visit, that the F-35 deal itself doesn't draw all of the attention. Second, I think as you look back in history on aircraft sales between Saudi Arabia and the United States, it's actually fairly common for U.S. presidents, and even the controversy of aircraft sales between U.S. presidents and Saudi Arabia to have occurred. Presidents Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Obama have all made public statements regarding F-15 sales in Saudi Arabia. The F-15 sale between the United States and Saudi Arabia under President Reagan was one of the largest sales in U.S. history at the time and was quite controversial, but it made it through. So this has some historical echo to the past, and I think it's consistent with U.S. commitment to regional security evolution.
And we're just seeing Donald Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman talking and having a look at former US presidents on the wall in the White House. But I want to talk to you a little bit more about how politically sensitive this is in D.C., the prospect of selling F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia and deepening security ties moving forward, those ties, Norman, you're just talking to me about.
Well, it will be politically sensitive. Only Israel has the F-35 stealth fighter, and Israel and its supporters will press for normalization to address worries that they will claim they have as a result of Israel losing that advantage. But the world is changing. Technology is changing. The security dynamic of the region is changing. President Trump's statements clearly indicate where his perspective of the region is going. And he sees that Saudi Arabia's acquisition of these aircraft will allow it to provide the southern Arabian world with a defensive capability and a deterrent against Iran that is important. And I think that's the direction we're going to see.
And the security framework is going to be closely watched. Saudi also wants civilian nuclear cooperation and overall a deeper security partnership after the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, which did reshape the region. When you reflect on this, Norman, what do you think that a new security framework would possibly look like?
Every U.S. president since 1945 has stated at one point or another that Saudi Arabia's relationship with the United States and Saudi Arabia's importance in the world is critical to global security. And therefore, that relationship itself must be empowered to ensure that Saudi Arabia can play that role. So the agreements today, again, should be seen as part of a package, and how these agreements, the commercial agreements, the energy agreements, the mining agreements, and so on, will transform each country as they roll out over coming months and years to achieve those ambitions. I think we're going to see a lot of focus on numbers and individual systems, but it's that transformation, because Washington is going to gain a closer relationship with a key partner in a region critical to global security, and then gain tremendous investment in industries that we see as critical for us to maintain an AI edge over China. Now, Riyadh will gain access to reliable access to extraordinary technology that will allow it to maintain its leadership in the global community, improve its defense assurances, and its relationship with the U.S. economy, which will remain the world's most innovative source of advanced technology. So it's really a mutually supportive relationship that will go on for generations. I think it's important that we may well be looking at one of the most consequential meetings in the history of the U.S.-Saudi relationship over the last 80 years.
A very historic moment, Norman, but Saudi Arabia recently signed a defense pact with Pakistan following Israel's attack on Qatar. How significant was that, considering Saudi previously looked to the U.S. for its defense capabilities?
Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have had military relations for decades. Pakistan maintained thousands of troops in Saudi Arabia for training purposes during the 1980s. Provided defensive capabilities during the Iraq war era. And the talks between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan at the chief of staff level towards some sort of a security agreement have been going on for several years. I expected, and others, some sort of agreement of this nature for several years. So it really wasn't a surprise, and I would be careful about characterizing it as only the result of the Israeli strike on Qatar. It does show that the kingdom is building out and expanding its military relationships, and I think it's likely less a message to Israel and more of a message to Iran. But it does show the kingdom is expanding its military relationships, and the kingdom is viewed as a valuable military partner by the region itself.
Norman Rule, it's always brilliant to have your insights and analysis on the show. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
As well as military spending, we're expecting discussions on multi-billion-dollar investments in American AI infrastructure, as well as increased cooperation in energy. Back in May, the Crown Prince made a $600 billion trade and investment commitment to the U.S. Analysts believe President Trump will be looking to firm up those pledges this week. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by Paulo von Schirach, president at Global Policy Institute. It's brilliant to have you back on the show with me, Paulo, on such a historic day. So President Trump chose Saudi as his first official foreign trip after returning to the White House this year. Will he be looking to build on Riyadh's pledge last May to invest up to $600 billion in the U.S.?
Well, of course, this is what Mr. Trump is trying to affirm to the domestic audience and internationally. I am bringing money to the United States. I am bringing investments. This will hopefully revitalize manufacturing, create jobs, and all these wonderful things that all presidents want to achieve and show to the voters that they are actually doing. This money pledged by Saudi Arabia, it's not in a in a multi-trillion-dollar economy like the United States, it's a lot of money, but it's not overwhelming. Let's keep things in perspective. NVIDIA today, the largest manufacturer of AI chips, is worth more than the GDP of Saudi Arabia. Okay, and every other country in the world for whatever it's worth, except for the U.S. and China. So this is the size of the American economy. That said, these investments are significant, and moreover, Saudi Arabia, like other Gulf states, will have the possibility to build AI data centers, which are notoriously power hungry because they got cheap energy in their own countries that can fuel the data centers. In the US, we have a huge problem of satisfying the energy demand required by AI data centers. So that's one form of partnership that is definitely, I would suspect, going to be implemented very soon.
And President Trump is hosting a US-Saudi investment forum tomorrow. Apparently, high-profile Wall Street executives will be going. Elon Musk is also rumored to be joining that. How will this meeting outline future AI investment ties and sales between the two countries?
Well, I think this is definitely something is going to happen. Now, how significant, what scale it will have, remains to be seen. But again, this is not surprising for the reason I just mentioned. The Gulf states, and we have similar agreements with Dubai, by the way, the U.S., that has pledged to be a heavy investor, having bet on America as the winner in the global battle, if you wish, for artificial intelligence dominance. Is it going to be the U.S. or is it going to be China? Well, the Gulf states are betting on the U.S., which is good for the U.S. And so that is very, very positive. Now, regarding other investments, we'll see. Keep in mind, Saudi Arabia is not flush with money as it used to be. It's kind of strapped. There are enormous, investment plans and activities in Saudi Arabia itself where the kingdom is committed to spending hundreds of billions of dollars at home. So we have to keep this in perspective. That said, this cements this relationship, which has one fundamental common denominator. We are all against Iran. That's really the underlying, unspoken rationale for all this. Why all this war? Why is this all even happening? Because Saudi Arabia is worried about Iran. We are worried about Iran. And guess what? Israel is worried about Iran. So that is the common denominator uniting this different players with different agendas, but this common problem, which is Iran as the major security threat to the region.
And I want to ask you about the Trump Organization, which is separate, of course, from the government, but still within the family. And it has agreed large-scale investments in Saudi Arabia. Does this showcase Trump's economic commitment to the region on a personal level?
Absolutely. Well, that's, again, in the past, these kinds of mingling of personal and state, activities would have been considered, with some concern that you mix the two things. These days, I guess we are in a different world. We're not going to pass judgment on this, but this is what's going on. And clearly, the Trump Organization is definitely heavily involved in a variety of discussions and negotiations with Saudi Arabian entities as well as entities in the Emirates. And there's a lot of investments on multiple levels, which are very likely to benefit Trump's family. He is himself right now not involved in business because he's the president, but it's no mystery that his sons are, doing all this. And ultimately, this is a family business.
Paolo von Sirach, it's always good to have you on the show. Thank you for speaking to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Another important conversation between the US and Saudi Arabia is the two-state solution. A senior Palestinian Authority official has said Saudi Arabia seeks to find a path to establishment of a Palestinian state before normalizing ties with Israel. It comes as the UN Security Council voted in favor of President Trump's peace plan, which includes the establishment of an international stabilization force. For more on this, I'm joined from Beirut by Raghida Burgam, advisor to Al Arabiya on American and international affairs. Good evening to you, and thank you so much for your time and for joining me.
Thank you.
Pleasure to have you on. I just want to start with the UN Security Council. It has approved a US-backed proposal that does pave a way for an international stabilization force in Gaza. But what challenges remain? There seem to be so many obstacles to come in this US-backed 20-point peace plan.
So many obstacles indeed, because it is going very slow. And that's why the administration decided that it needed to go to the Security Council to give an internationalization aspect to what is known now as the Trump plan, the 20-point Trump plan. The challenges are many, including the International Stabilization Force, which is facing difficulty recruiting countries to come in. And the main reason is that those countries don't want to come into a confrontation with Hamas, to disarm Hamas, if you will. And so who is going to disarm Hamas if Hamas is not willing to disarm itself? Therefore, then the question is, will Israel do it? And will the United States approve an Israeli barrage on Hamas in order to disarm it? So the challenges are many. I guess the challenges are also related to the Israeli position, because the Israelis are also not budging on their insistence on having control of Gaza and having their own plans for Gaza. So it's a challenge. There is many problems, not a problem. What seems to be the case right now is that the administration is intent and absolutely decided that there is nothing that's going to fail the Trump plan, which is not only for Gaza, but it's also for the Middle East.
And the resolution also references a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood. And we know Israel is strongly opposed to a two-state solution. Are we likely to see the US apply more pressure on Israel to get Saudi on board?
There is no other way. The United States has got to apply pressure on Israel if it wants its Abrahamic Accords to be thought about seriously by the Saudis. That is what President Trump wants, in effect. There is no way that the continued annexation, de facto annexation of the Israelis, by the Israelis of the West Bank, not only of Gaza, that is an obstacle towards the actual building of the Palestinian state. So the Saudis made it very clear, just don't go anywhere else. You want normalization with Israel, and you want us to do it, then you really need to force the Israelis to deliver on a two-state solution. The problem is that what kind of pressure would President Trump be able to put on Israel? I don't think the Congress or the president himself would want to withhold weapons or military equipment to Israel, F-35s or others. But there's the personality of Donald Trump. When he says, no, there will be no annexation of the West Bank, people have to take it, and they do take his words seriously. When he says to Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, do not fail me because I am bigger than you and I supply you with what you need, then Netanyahu will have to take note of that. His problem is that his government is so extremist, but there is no way there will be a normalization, definitely not on the strip of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. But what the administration wanted is to bring about, as you correctly pointed out, a pathway towards a Palestinian state and self-determination, and they thought that was a good face-saving device, and it is important, and not only is just for face-saving device, but it's important to have the Crown Prince receive this assurance from the United States, and it's important to have the issue of Palestine in the Security Council in the United Nations, because that's about internationalization of the Palestinian issue.
So President Donald Trump, he sees himself as a peacemaker and, of course, a deal maker. With Mohammed bin Salman by his side, is this a new era for the Middle East that we are now seeing?
Indeed, it's very much a new era. The bilateral relationship between the two countries is at a very important, incredibly intimate and constructive point. Also, don't forget the chemistry, as it's always said, between the two men. The two men like each other, and somehow that also is a necessity in making policies. But more importantly, I think, if we look at the vision of MBS, it's 2030, but it's for not only Saudi Arabia, it is for the whole Middle East, the peace of the Middle East, the countries of the Middle East going into the path of renovation, if you will, sort of like, they have to stop the wars and it's construction rather than destruction. If you put the vision of MBS together with a plan of Donald Trump called the Trump Plan, you will see that they merge in their aspirations for peace, for prosperity, for taking the region away from destruction, as I said, into construction. So I think the two men will work on that, and that vision and the plan will intersect, and I think that will give momentum to both men and both visions and plans.
Rakida Burgum, it was brilliant to have you on the show. And as you did say, a warm relationship there between the US President Donald Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as they did greet each other at the White House. Now, a reminder of our top stories. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is in Washington as he sits down with President Trump at the White House. Defense deals will be on the table as Trump confirms the US will sell F-35s to Saudi Arabia, calling them a great ally. And the UN Security Council approved Trump's peace plan, including the establishment of an international stabilization force in Gaza. It's been called an important step in the consolidation of the ceasefire. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. President Trump's abrupt reversal on releasing the Epstein files continued to dominate U.S. political coverage, fueling debates over transparency, legal exposure, and the growing fractures within his own party. Meanwhile, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's high-profile visit to Washington reverberated across the region, with Israel voicing unease over potential U.S.-Saudi defense deals and the implications for its security edge. Internationally, the UN Security Council's endorsement of Trump's Gaza plan captured global headlines, raising questions about implementation, regional buy-in, and the plan's long-term impact on the conflict. We'll start with President Trump's sudden decision to support a congressional plan to force the Justice Department to release more Epstein investigation files, as it continued to dominate headlines in the U.S. and internationally. The New York Times explains that Donald Trump does not actually need Congress to act. He already has the power to order the release himself. The piece highlights how the administration has released some documents but continues to withhold many more, despite public pressure and earlier promises of transparency. A bipartisan discharge petition in Congress aims to make a wide range of Epstein-related materials public, though important exceptions would still allow the Justice Department to keep some files secret. The report suggests the president's shifting position appears driven more by politics than by any legal limitation. Politico examines Trump's anxieties over the upcoming House vote. The publication contends that despite granting his public support, Trump is deeply concerned the move won't end the scandal, but instead will feed public belief that the government possesses a hidden list of notable figures connected to Epstein, which is a view the White House rejected. It goes on to say that internally Trump is frustrated with his own party for failing or falling into what he sees as a Democratic trap and fears the negative will linger. The piece highlights that the administration's current strategy, which focuses on giving Republicans a win to deflect criticism, while still battling underlying mistrust and also damage to his political standing. The Times tries to answer the question why Trump changed his tune on releasing the Epstein files. The analysis details how Trump has dramatically reversed his stance on the release of the Epstein files, previously pushing to suppress the documents, even branding the issue a Democratic hoax. Trump now publicly urges House Republicans to vote in favor, asserting we have nothing to hide. The piece contends that his turnaround comes amid growing rebellion within his party and the recognition he lacked the votes to block a congressional move. It notes the president is steering the narrative by calling for investigations into prominent Democrats, including Bill Clinton, rather than focusing on his own ties to Epstein. Ultimately, the piece frames this pivot as evidence of Trump's waning control and a shifting power balance within the MAGA movement. Another story dominated headlines in the U.S. is Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's visit to Washington. The Wall Street Journal reported that President Donald Trump announced that the U.S. will proceed with the sale of the advanced F-35 Lightning II Steel fighter jets to Saudi Arabia ahead of Crown Prince's visit to Washington, which is considered indeed a significant policy shift. The report quotes analysts who warn that an unconditional sale could erode Israel's qualitative military edge in the region and undermine U.S. leverage on normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. The piece frames the deal as a bold recalibration of Middle Eastern arms diplomacy. Arab media framed Mohammed bin Salman's Washington visit as a major strategic moment, stressing renewed U.S.-Saudi alignment and the strong personal dynamic with President Trump. Coverage focused on expected shifts in defense, investment, and regional diplomacy, especially implications for Palestine, Israel, and Iran, presenting the visit as a step towards reshaping Middle East power balances. Abdurrahman al-Rashid wrote in Al-Sharq al-Awsat highlighting the significance of the upcoming Washington meeting, underscoring how their personal rapport could reshape US-Saudi relations and the broader Middle East. Al-Rashid argues that their bond, rooted in shared ambition and contrasting global challenges since Trump's 2017 Saudi visit, now addresses trade, defense, nuclear cooperation, and regional stability. He views Saudi Arabia's economic transformation agenda and peaceful diplomacy as aligning with Trump's reform-minded posture. The piece contends that this should not just be a bilateral handshake, but a strategic pivot, Washington linking with Riyadh as geopolitics shift with potential impact on Iran, Israel, energy security, and the two-state Palestinian issue. Israeli media coverage was far more anxious and skeptical. Outlets focused on fears that US-Saudi talks, especially involving F-35 sales and a path to Palestinian statehood, could erode Israel's qualitative military edge or pressure Netanyahu into concessions. Commentators highlighted rifts inside Israel's coalition, portraying the visit as a moment of strategic uncertainty rather than opportunity. Haaretz argues that Donald Trump's scheduled meeting with Mohammed bin Salman may unleash far-reaching shifts across the Middle East, particularly for Israel. The analysis warns that the developing US-Saudi rapprochement could undermine Israel's strategic advantages, complicate regional alignments, and destabilize long-standing Arab-Israeli dynamics. The piece also depicts Mohammed bin Salman as leveraging his leverage to demand terms around Palestinian statehood, arms deals, and diplomacy, all of which may clash with Israeli policy. The report contends that Israel may face hard choices, accept diluted safeguards, confront new US-Saudi frameworks, or risk alienation. Ultimately, the meeting is framed as a beginning of a Pandora's box whose contents Israel may struggle to control. President Trump's Gaza peace plan remained in focus as the UN Security Council unanimously backed a US-drafted resolution endorsing the plan, including the creation of an international stabilization force and a board of peace to manage Gaza's reconstruction and governance. The Guardian explains how the resolution, which passed with a vote of 13-0 and abstentions by China and Russia, plants a conditional pathway to Palestinian statehood, though Israel remains opposed to that option. The piece cites critics who highlight the resolution's vague language, undefined troop commitments, and a technocratic Palestinian administration handpicked by the board, of course, raising doubts about implementation. The report points out that despite the breakthrough, key stakeholders like Hamas immediately rejected the plan, signaling the diplomatic assent may not translate into on-the-ground stability. The UN Security Council resolution stirred controversy in Israel. The Times of Israel details how far-right ministers in Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition mobilized a backlash after a US-endorsed statement proposed a pathway to Palestinian statehood as a part of a broader stabilization deal for Gaza. Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir publicly demanded that Netanyahu categorically reject any form of Palestinian independence, threatening to leave the government if he failed to act. The piece also highlights growing tensions between Israeli domestic politics and Washington's diplomatic agenda, signaling potential instability within the coalition. And we'll end with the Palestine Chronicle, which reported that a covert network tied to Israeli interests is allegedly organizing irregular evacuations of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to South Africa, charging high fees and operating outside formal humanitarian channels. The report cites sources who say the operation exploits vulnerable Gazans seeking escape from the war zone while leaving oversight, rights protection and transparency minimal. The piece raises concerns about the legality about also ethics and motivations behind these evacuations, suggesting they may serve political or strategic ends beyond genuine humanitarian rescue. At the same time, the piece notes that neither Israeli authorities nor Palestinian officials have publicly acknowledged the scheme, adding to the murky nature of the claim. That's it for today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Arabiya English.
A conservative civil war. Battle lines are being drawn within the Republican Party over dealings with one of America's staunchest allies, Israel. A controversial interview by the president's former close ally, Tucker Carlson, has thrown fuel onto a simmering rift. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask, is Israel dividing America's right?
Now, the Saudi-based data center developer DataVault has announced that it's joining forces with the PIF-owned artificial intelligence company Humane to develop multi-gigawatt data centers. Well, these centers will power the next generation of AI infrastructure across the kingdom. Altogether, DataVault and Humane are aiming to drive Saudi Arabia's ambition to become a global hub for AI and intelligent computing built on innovation, scale, and sustainability. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by the CEO of DataVault, Rajit Nanda, who joins us now from Riyadh. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Rajit. We also have Ali, who's still with us. We'll come to you in just a moment, Ali, but I just wanted to ask you first, Rajit. I mean, everyone's building. There's billions of dollars in CapEx being spent, but a lot of hype and concern about a bubble. What's your take? Are we in a bubble, or are we still underestimating demand?
Well, thank you for the question. It's a great question, which is doing the rounds these days. And what I would say is that there are good things about bubble, okay? And one of the good things about bubble is you end up seeing winners and losers. Now, my own view is that we definitely are at a very important point in the history of this AI transition, where we have a lot of companies who are just using AI prefix and AI suffixes and are claiming that they are AI companies, even if they have nothing to do with AI, all of them. So there is a moment in this AI transition journey where we need to separate the men from the boys. And I think there is going to be some amount of course correction. The good thing is, like all of these bubbles that we have seen in the past, there will emerge some clear winners and there will be some clear losers. And history, when we look back at it in 5 years from now and 10 years from now, we all will see that these winners are the ones who are leading in the whole AI front. Look at what happened back in 2000 and 2001 during the dot-com bubble. There were a number of companies out there, and 99% of them collapsed. But then today we are dealing with multi-trillion companies, the Microsofts of the world, the Googles of the world, and of course Meta came a couple of years after that. But we still have all these wonderful companies from that dot-com era out there. So just like it happened back in 2000, we will end up having some winners and losers. In terms of just the financial metrics, what I do want also the viewers to understand is that back during the dot-com bubble days, or a number of other bubbles that we have seen, but okay, the best comparison is the tech dot-com bubble. And during that time, we saw a lot of companies that did not have revenues, and that, or the ones that existed with small revenues, they were trading at market multiples which were triple digit, 125, 150, 160. If you today go and look at many of the tech companies, and We know that today 15 big tech companies are pretty much providing 40%, 50% of the market cap of S&P 500, for example. And if you look into their multiples, they are still trading at levels of 30, levels of 40, levels of 45. So there is still a lot of sanity in the way the growth expectations from these companies are expected to play out in the coming years. And therefore, I do think that we will see a lot of clear winners in this whole AI bubble discussion and all the clean out that hopefully will happen over the next 6, 12, 18 months.
Sure, and you make a really good point there about drawing parallels with the survivors of that dot-com era. I'd like to talk a bit about your newly announced partnership with Humane. Tell us a bit about that and link that, if you will, to what you were just telling us earlier on.
Humane, as you know, is the Saudi national champion, the company that is going to be in the AI stack. Okay. And Humane is looking at the length and breadth of the AI stack. Where we come in is to partner with Humane in order to look at one specific area, which is the build out of the data centers. Now, remember that data centers are like the roads on which the fancy cars drive. Okay. The whole AI stack is going to lead to a lot of fancy cars out there, the different apps that all of us are using and getting enamored of. These are the fancy cars, think of them. But for that driving experience, we should not forget that we need to have great roads and we need to have roads all across. So what Data World does is build those roads, and we let Humane focus on the rest of the AI stack out there. So this partnership is really an infrastructure partnership in the whole AI stack, where we look to partner with them to build out the energy infrastructure, the DC infrastructure, and wherever it makes sense, also the compute infrastructure for them.
Ali, let me turn to you now, because you follow investment flows very closely, and I'm wondering whether you're seeing any signals that would suggest a bubble or something else.
I don't think we're in a data center bubble at all, Tom. The reality is that we're building infrastructure for industries of the future. And in a lot of cases, industries we haven't even seen yet. That's the reality, right? And, you know, infrastructure expansion always precedes economic expansion, always precedes industrial expansion. I mean, as Rajit was just saying, you know, we're building a lot of very beautiful cars, but they need roads to drive on, right? And this is much the same. And, you know, the reference, it's not the first time I've heard the reference or comparison to the dot-com bubble, but the dot-com bubble was much about software and applications. And even then, you know, we saw the likes of, I mean, some of the examples that Rajit shared, but, you know, Mark Andreessen, one of the most famous investors these days, who's undoubtedly funded so many industries and incredible ventures, came up with Netscape back then. I mean, he's just one example of so many incredible innovations that were born in that era, right? But when we are trying to make a reference to the dot-com boom, which a lot of people do, I think one of the things we have to be very conscious of is that applications are very different to infrastructure, right? And we're building infrastructure that is core to industries of the future now, much like rail was to many resources 100, 150 years ago. I mean, this is something we cannot look past. And actually, you know, just a few short years ago, 2021, the Ministry of Investment in Saudi Arabia had estimates that our requirement for capacity by 2030 would be around 1 gigawatt. And now, even the lowest conservative estimates, estimating around 3 gigawatts of capacity, anywhere up to 8 gigawatts on the more aggressive estimates. And this is, you know, not just a case of building as much as possible, build it and they will come. I think this is, you know, this sort of capacity is a reflection of what we need right now when we consider all of the incredible socio-economic transformation that's taking place. And once the new industries are born around this spine, you know, what will become, I think, the spine of the industry, we can only imagine what the capacity requirement will be. So my view is, no, I think we have a long road ahead of us and much more to build.
Okay, Rajat, let me turn back to you. Thanks for that, Ali. I mean, there is a fear, isn't there, that AI demand will outpace available power. And yet Saudi Arabia is saying we've got the power and we can export some of this power. Do you believe the world is underestimating demand for AI? And what role does the region's power surplus play in addressing it, do you think?
Look, we believe that Saudi has everything in it to emerge as the third force in the world of AI. Today, the world has two centers of gravities as far as AI is concerned. One is the US, other is the China. The million-dollar question in front of all of us is there room for other such center of gravities to emerge? I think we will see the democratization of AI. And in the process of the democratization of AI, as we go forward, there is room for a few other center of gravities for the whole AI enablement. And Saudi, in our view, is very well positioned to be one of the leading champions in terms of being at the center of gravity of enabling AI. But for it to happen, there are a number of things that we need to think about. First of all, what is it that Saudi is able to give in terms or able to offer in terms of attracting itself to be an AI champion of the world? Okay. We all know that the buzzword in the context of AI is energy. And Saudi, over the last years, has very well demonstrated that it is the lowest, most reliable, and the green part of the energy generation. All of this is happening with rapid strides in the Kingdom of Saudi. This is a country which today produces 20 gigawatts of green energy per annum, which is probably the third largest green energy produced in anywhere in the world after China and India. The cost at which it is produced is 15% or 20% of the cost at which on an average it is produced in the US. And it is about 60% of the cost at which it is produced in places like China and India. You know, we all believe that China is the lowest cost producer of everything. I can tell you the Kingdom of Saudi is the lowest cost producer of green energy in the world today. So the availability, the reliability, the cost at which the green energy is being produced makes it a very important engine towards making the whole AI dream happen. The second important enabler in this context is connectivity. Thanks to the great vision of the Crown Prince, in the last 9 years, this country has built 17 subsea landing stations that are coming to the kingdom. And in the next 1.5 years, these 17 landing stations are going up to 24. The beauty of these landing stations, subsea cables, is that compute power can leave after it is being produced. It can leave the kingdom and go to its destinations. Whether you need to send it to the 1.4 billion people in Africa, or whether you want to send it to the 350 million people in Europe, or whether you want to send it to the 450 million people in US, or for that matter, the 1.4 billion people in India, all of this is possible because of the vision to put the connectivity, especially through the subsea cables between the kingdom and the rest of the world. The third important aspect, in my view, is basically the whole manufacturing supply chain. The kingdom, in the last 9 years in particular, has been building. Look at the gigacities. Look at all of the downstream petrochemical. Look at all the entertainment parks and everything else that is being built in the kingdom. $40 to $80 billion of capex, hard infrastructure is being built in this country for the last 9 years consistently. As a result of that, what has happened is this country has been able to build a very resilient and a very dependable supply chain for building out all of this infrastructure. So all of these three, when they come together, what happens is basically you are able to demonstrate to the world that you have the capability of delivering the lowest cost of compute. And therefore, the kingdom today stands from a geo-economics perspective in a very vantage position to be able to deliver compute power at speed, compute power at a cost that is very, very competitive.
Okay, Rajat, let me turn back to Ali, and this will have to be the last question because we're nearly out of time. But one of the things that you are pretty vocal about, Ali, I think it's fair to say, is the idea that energy-rich nations could really shape the AI century. I mean, do you think the world is ready for that shift?
Personally, no, I don't think the world is ready for that shift, Tom, but I don't think we will be waiting for the world's readiness because, for the last 2 or 3 decades, we ran on the Silicon Valley model. Innovation was weightless, right? It wasn't attached to geography. Whoever had the best engineering won the game. But that's changing now. Geography matters, resources matter, energy matters, land availability matters, sustainability matters. So, in the new age, I think there's going to be a real shift in who's driving the tech conversation. As Rajat just mentioned, I mean, the supply chain is incredibly important for this whole equation, right? But the geography matters. And, relating that back to, I mean, Saudi Arabia, it's a blessed nation because it is very strategically located and very geographically rich. So I think, other nations like so will have a real chance at playing at the highest level. And to use Rajat's words there, for Saudi Arabia to potentially become the third force, US, China, and perhaps Saudi Arabia in the very near future.
All right, Ali, thank you very much indeed for that. You've had the last word. Ali Reza, we'll come back to you later on in the program. But meanwhile, a very big thank you to Rajat Nanda, the CEO of Data Vault. Thank you both very much indeed for your time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
A conservative civil war. Battle lines are being drawn within the Republican Party over dealings with one of America's staunchest allies, Israel. A controversial interview by the president's former close ally, Tucker Carlson, has thrown fuel onto a simmering rift. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask, is Israel dividing America's right?
Hello and welcome to Al Arabiya English with me, Michal Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Game. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he has reinvigorated and kickstarted the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the inspiration, all of it. He's the one that asked me, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. He's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but that's going to be Secret Service, and there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the Ellipse across the street, there'll be, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes. He's speculating, yes. He wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and, he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. It's always an honor. I love the guy, and when he calls, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend of me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting at the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long-form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, there's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Just to finish, Dana, the $7.7 billion Paramount deal is going to change the face of not only UFC, but sports watching. Everything is moving to streaming. How excited are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with them.
Dana White, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming. All of it is managed by the women.
We met Selaitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Siai Tabor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low, because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did. To a selfish, cruel man, one day, while Kalikai was away from home. The husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one we get more property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if we continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in the city. But then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also, like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girl's child, they are more protective and also more like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Kasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Kasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work also. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive.
And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village, but like we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities, because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years. But will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Material society, it will be different afterwards, but then material process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, as I've seen now also, some of my friends inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. A little bit we have to adjust. I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to the old ages, long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
everything will be changed because of these technologies also. No? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
A conservative civil war. Battle lines are being drawn within the Republican Party over dealings with one of America's staunchest allies, Israel. A controversial interview by the president's former close ally, Tucker Carlson, has thrown fuel on the simmering rift. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, is Israel dividing America's right? The grand old party is in a grand old fight. Republicans are battling an identity crisis. President Trump has promoted an ideology of, among other things, America first and free speech. In doing so, he's shaped the party in his image, but now many of those MAGA converts are questioning whether he's practicing what he preaches.
And in Trump's inaugural, he says famously, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first, America first. And I said, that's me. Like, that's what I believe. Yeah. I'm an American nationalist.
Me too.
Fully at this point.
That controversial Tucker Carlson interview with anti-Semitic white supremacist Nick Fuentes has projected this party room spat out into the public arena. Both have used their public platform to accuse establishment Republicans of being Israel first, not America first. That, in turn, has sparked allegations of anti-Semitism. The Carlson controversy has also exposed a broader rift over whether or not the party wants to covet or confront offensive far-right messaging. On this episode, we bring together two Republicans to debate if unequivocal support for Israel is dividing the GOP. Are we witnessing the rise of the woke right? And whether this is a broader battle for party ideology post-President Trump. Well, joining us for tonight's discussion is Shabbos Kestenbaum, a political commentator for PragerU, an independent American media organisation and advocacy group, and also on our panel, Scott Greer, a writer, podcaster and columnist at The American Conservative, whose work can also be found on his highly respected Substack. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints, and thank you so much for being here. Well, internal fighting within the GOP is getting nasty, and it all centres around US support for Israel. You've got avowed MAGA supporters accusing some Republicans of being, and I quote, seized by a brain virus. And then you've got establishment Republicans accusing some MAGA supporters of being anti-Semites. So let's start with you first of all, Shabbos. Is unequivocal support for Israel dividing the GOP, or is there something deeper going on?
Well, I guess it depends how you define unequivocal. I think support for Israel in the same way we support allies that strengthen American foreign policy, whether it's Ukraine or Taiwan, is certainly in America's best interest. The person who knows this the best is President Trump, who's repeatedly stated that America first does not mean America alone. So I obviously support Israel the same way I support any American ally that advances Western hegemony in otherwise regressive regions. I will say the debate on Israel is run by bad faith actors. Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens are not interested in serious debates on foreign policy. They're interested in acquiescing to the lowest common denominator of our American political culture. And I was on Piers Morgan yesterday, and I quoted Zoolander, where I said, I feel like I'm on crazy pills because for example, I campaigned for President Trump. I spoke at Trump rallies. I registered hundreds of voters. I traveled across the country to convince liberal American Jews to vote for President Trump. So Jewish Republicans, they did our best to ensure that President Trump was reelected. Nick Fuentes, for example, he said not only would he not be supporting President Trump in 2024, but he actually encouraged his own followers to go to Michigan and register voters to vote for Kamala Harris. So it's not that I don't think that these are individuals who are America first. Nick Fuentes doesn't think he's America first. He doesn't think he's a conservative. He's certainly not a Republican. And from a pragmatic political perspective, if Republicans cater to the most radical elements of the base, I am telling you, as someone who left the Democratic Party because they were hijacked by the far left, Republicans will lose elections in the future because Americans reject extremism on both sides.
That's a really interesting point that you make. You left the Democrats because of extremist left views. Scott, let me ask you, is this discussion, is the Republican Party being hijacked by these bad faith actors? And do you think that this one issue is really driving a wedge between Republicans?
Well, no, it's not a matter of being hijacked by anyone. Many of these people involved in this discussion, such as Tucker Carlson, have been longtime Trump supporters. A lot of the people who are wanting to purge Tucker Carlson were never Trumpers in 2016 and weren't even supportive of Trump in the Republican primary. And some people suddenly became Republicans solely over the issue of Israel. So a lot of longtime conservatives have been involved in this issue and have questions about Israel. And much of the public, and they're following the public line. If you look at public support for Israel, it is declining, especially among young Americans. Among young Americans Americans under 30, only less than a quarter of Americans under 30 have a favorable view of Israel. And this is even found among Republicans, where Republicans still show more support for Israel, but for Republicans under 50, so this is the future of the party, 50% have an unfavorable view of Israel. And to say that our whole electoral future depends on unquestionable support and having zero debate over Israel within the right just doesn't make any sense. First off, American Jews didn't even vote that much for Donald Trump in the 2024 election, comparatively speak to the way that Mr. Kassenbaum claims that they did. And then there's many other Americans that we would alienate by having an unquestioning support for Israel and by not even having the discussion on this topic. And really what a lot of this is about is saying that we can't have any discussion on Israel and the American relationship to this state, and that the most important thing for the American conservative movement is to have a deep and unquestioning faith and complete support for a foreign country when Donald Trump's message on foreign policy is about putting America first and the national interest first. And that means we can look at our relations with various other countries and look at what's best for America. And I think that—
Can I ask you, Scott, to pick up on something that Shabos said, that America first doesn't mean America alone or America, so what do you make of that point? Can you be America first and still prioritize the defense of America's traditional allies?
Well, it's not America alone, because a lot of the looking at our relationship with Israel is seeing if it works best for us in that region. Because right now, the relationship with Israel is causing problems with all their allies in that region. Saudi Arabia is now trying to look to Pakistan and China for security deals due to what's happening with Israel and everything else with our relationship with this, that they don't have as much trust and support in us due to what Israel's actions. And that's the same with other countries in the region and throughout the world. So this is not so much that we're all retreating back to America and we're not caring about the rest of the world. A lot of this is due to us caring about the rest of the world and seeing what's best for our national interests on the world stage. So it's not about America alone. It's about putting the national interest first, not Israel's interest first, and then basing our foreign policy on that.
Mm-hmm. Shabos, what do you make of that? I mean, do you think, given the public discourse around Israel and its actions at the moment, do you think the Republican Party needs to have a discussion about American support for Israel, albeit a more mature and respectful debate than perhaps what we've been seeing playing out on some social media forums.
Obviously, and I think it's a gross mischaracterization not only of my argument, but of the actual political reality to suggest that anyone is saying that we must have unquestioned loyalty to the state of Israel. I mean, the only thing the mainstream media seems to be interested in is talking about questioning people's loyalties to Israel and whether Israel first is America first. That basically seems to be dominating American politics of the last 2 years. I mean, I've been Jewish since the day I was born, and I have yet to meet a single Jew who has unquestioned loyalty to the state of Israel. In fact, I was in Israel 2 weeks ago for what's called the World Zionist Congress, along with 700 delegates from all over the world. And all we did was disagree and debate and yell. So even when it comes to loyalty to Israel, most Jews have a vastly different definition as to what that actually means. All I'm suggesting is that the conspiratorial thinking that has animated parts of the far right, people like Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and so on, they do not represent the best interests of the Republican Party. And while it is true that only 35% of the American Jewish community voted for Donald Trump, that is the most votes that any Republican nominee has gotten from the Jewish community since Ronald Reagan. So they made tremendous inroads. 45% of New York Jewry voted for Trump, 40% of Ohio Jewry voted for Trump, 40% of Pennsylvania Jewry voted for President Trump. So these small differences in percentages actually make tremendous differences in swing states like Pennsylvania and like states like Arizona, where it really did make a difference. But again, there's not a single Jew on planet Earth, nor is there a single conservative on planet Earth who will say that you must have unquestionable loyalty to the state of Israel. To Scott's other point pertaining to how our relationship with Israel is actually harming our interests elsewhere, that's why Israel and Saudi Arabia should be part of the Abraham Accords. That's why President Trump has been advocating that for months on end. That would be certainly in the best interest, not only for regional peace, but also for America's interest. You know, Israel gives the United States military intelligence on a daily basis that vastly outweighs the qualitative military sharing that any other Middle Eastern country gives to the United States. The Mossad has prevented terrorist attacks not only on American soil, but really across the world. Yes, it's true that Israel receives roughly $3.5 billion in foreign aid every year. Egypt receives $3.2 billion, and no one really seems to make a big deal about the foreign aid we give to Egypt, and it's sort of unclear what exactly we get in return from Egypt. But B, all of that money that the United States gives to Israel in foreign aid, Israel must spend in the United States. So it not only creates jobs in the United States, it actually creates economic revenue. We make more giving money to Israel because they have to spend it in the United States. So I'm not really convinced that cutting off relations to Israel is in America's best interest. I'm happy to hear arguments otherwise, but the biggest threat to the conservative movement, I truly believe, is what Charlie Kirk constantly spoke out against, which is this victim mentality, that the reason, and Nick Fuentes champions this tremendously, the reason I don't have a steady relationship, the reason I don't have professional success, the reason I can't get ahead in life is something the Jews. That's just a silly, unconvincing argument that very much will alienate a large swath of the American people. And I encourage the conservative movement to do whatever they can to rid themselves of this cancer.
Scott, what do you think? I mean, first of all, do you agree with the characterisation of Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes being a destructive far-right element within the GOP?
I would not say that it's so much of a destructive far-right element to question Israel and other things, because they're trying to lump in all these different groups who they've had, that a lot of the old guard conservatism have problems with, that it's not just relating to Israel, it's also relating to questions of immigration and even other certain topics that they have not wanted to discuss on any other matter. And you've already seen this with some of the right-wing civil war, is that recently a former board member who is leader of the powerful conservative group, or an influential conservative group called ISI, made this stunning declaration saying that conservatism needs to clear out all these different people who question all the conservative platitudes of the past, that we have to just stick to Bill Buckley and limited government and free market worship, and we can't do anything else. So the real problem is people like Patrick Deneen, who has he's not an extremist of any sort, but he questions some of the conservative platitudes of the past, that we need to eliminate these people. And a lot of certain personalities, Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin, are trying to have a cold clear out of new right elements over this fight. And even though Chavez is saying that you can't that there's no conservative who's demanding unquestionable loyalty for Israel. That's not quite true, because Mark Levin and Ted Cruz and many others are saying this, that we cannot have any discussion over Israel within the right. And if you question Israel support for the right, that you're somehow not MAGA, and this is coming from many never Trumpers and people who didn't even bother to support Trump until the very end of the general election in 2024, that's not really the case. There are conservatives who are saying that they can't have a discussion. Now, in the mainstream, there is more discussion of this. That is true. The mainstream media is more willing to discuss and question America's relationship with Israel than it has been in the past. Mm-hmm. But in conservatism, many people on the other side who are very angry about Tucker Carlson and who he's interviewing with Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, are also trying to demand that other people be purged for a lot of other reasons. And they want to cease discussion on Israel. And Chavez brings up Charlie Kirk, but Charlie Kirk wanted to have a free and open discussion of Israel where neither side tried to cancel each other, even though it's really more one side that tries to cancel the other. But he wanted to have a free-flowing discussion on this where we don't try to purge people who question America's Israel support, and we try to build up a new right that actually looks to where not new Americans, but young Americans are on this issue.
And we're going to come to this idea of purging.
If we are going to maintain the type of position on Israel that Ted Cruz wants, we're going to have problems winning over young Americans in the future.
We're going to come to.
Let me just
go ahead.
Can I just quickly interject? In terms of winning young people for the future, I'm one of those young people that the conservative movement won over for the future. As you said, to be fair, I was 17 in 2016, so you can't really hold that against me. But I did not support Trump in 2016. I did not support Trump in 2020. I only started supporting Trump after October 7th, when I saw that the radicals within my own party were the first ones to call for the eradication of Western civilization. They were the first ones to call to a globalized intifada. I saw how the institutions of higher learning that I was associated with discriminated against the religious identity of Jews, of Christians. And so I started becoming on the Trump bandwagon. And rather than holding that against me, that's actually a really good thing. Trump won because of a strong coalition of people who were disassociated with the Democratic Party, people who are middle of the ground politically, and yes, staunch conservatives. And I am now a conservative. I work at PragerU, and I'm trying to bring forth the conservative mantra, which is why I feel so passionately about this issue. And in terms of the last point, again, I think that's a gross mischaracterization of what Charlie Kirk stood for. There are so many videos I'm happy to send you where Charlie Kirk explicitly stated that he would never, in his own words, have Nick Fuentes at a Turning Point USA conference. He would never debate Nick Fuentes because he said there is no room in the conservative movement for conspiratorial thinking. And forget about Israel. I mean, Israel happens to be a good manifestation of this, but forget about Israel. Nick Fuentes is someone who has explicitly stated that all blacks need to be imprisoned, that we should rape women whom we disagree with politically, that certain Republican state legislators who vote in ways we don't agree with should be shot in the face. So all I'm saying, if these are the types of people that conservatives truly believe we must amplify, we must platform, we must invite them to our conferences, all in this pseudo sense of free speech. I am telling you, as a newly minted conservative, I saw what happened to my party when they cater to the radicals. It will happen to the Republican Party if they cater to their radicals. And again, Nick Fuentes, by his own admission, is not a Republican. So if you want to make aspersions, I don't mean you, Scott, but in general, if one wants to make aspersions that I'm not really MAGA because I used to be a liberal 3 years ago, I mean, sure, it's an interesting point, although it's sort of silly because Donald Trump also used to be a Democrat and now he isn't. But Nick Fuentes, today, as we speak, is not a Republican. He doesn't even identify himself as a conservative. He's someone who identifies himself literally as, quote, Team Hitler.
Scott, what's your response to that?
Well, on the matter of platforming, I mean, Tucker Carlson was a featured guest and speaker at most TPUSA events, at several TPUSA events, and Tucker and Charlie Kirk were good friends, as Charlie Kirk was with Candace Owens. Of course, there were certain people that he did not want to platform, such as Nick Fuentes, but he was platforming these other voices that many of on the other side who are very pro-Israel want to purge from the conservative movement. And as the people who are succeeding in leadership at TPUSA from Charlie Kirk, they insist that they do not want to purge Tucker Carlson because they want to carry on Charlie Kirk's legacy and allowing him to speak freely. And so there's a fixation to say that there's this one person that we shouldn't platform, and this represents all the people who are criticizing Israel, and that we can't be associated with that But then it goes in that we can't have any criticism of Israel just because of a certain person's other comments on other subjects. And I don't think that's the way that we should handle this matter. We should be handling this matter on what serves the national interest first, what puts America first, and to look if that's how the relationship with Israel is actually working out. And we can point out to another issue that this is not America alone, is that going back to the Middle East, is that Israel's trying to torpedo the new Syrian regime that we're trying to work with, that they've been bombing this new Syrian government for some reason. And while Trump is trying to work with them, and Europe is trying to work with them so they can send migrants back from Europe, which is an important issue for the right and nationalists all over the world to try to resettle these migrants that have been in Europe and moving them back to their home. And the Syrian government offers this opportunity, but for some reason, Israel is wanting to bomb them and destabilize them, which ends those efforts to accomplish that goal. So I think it's not a matter of, this person said this person said that. It's a matter of looking at the national interest first and putting America first and reassessing our relationship on that principle.
Shavos?
Yeah, there are two things I want to quickly say. First of all, you keep saying Israel is bombing Syria for some reason. I mean, you do know that al-Jawlani was hunting Druze in the streets, and then the Druze of Syria asked Israel to have targeted assassinations against the terrorists who were killing them. I mean, you know that, right?
There are several bad things going on in the world which we are not able to solve, and that Israel seems remarkably concerned about the Druze, and so do a lot of other pro-Israel conservatives. Suddenly seem very concerned in Nigeria and distracting us from what's going on in the Middle East to Nigeria, and then they're like, well, we've got to intervene, do this for humanitarian reason to save this particular persecuted group. But that's an insult to America, because America is trying to work with that new Syrian government, and we're trying to offer them protections and try to make them stabilize so that that doesn't become a headache for the rest of the world, like what was going on in the Syrian civil war. And now Israel was trying to threaten that because they're saying, well, there's problems with the Druze. I mean, there are several lingering conflicts from the civil war going on. And then to use this reason to say we need to bomb them and destabilize them, which hurts our national interests, which we're trying to stabilize, and we can, use diplomacy to ensure that there's greater protections for the Druze. But that's not the case. It's to destabilize the region and to destabilize that country, which is not in our national interests.
First of all, the idea that Syria was not destabilized until Israel began bombing them barely even 3 months ago, and it only lasted for about 2 weeks, I think does a tremendous disservice to historical reality that Syria has been involved in a brutal civil war where more than 500,000 people have been killed over the last 10 years.
I mentioned that they've been in a civil war. We're working towards stabilization.
Hang on. Well, if they're working on destabilization, then how come they stopped the bombing campaign? It's a pretty odd strategy of destabilization when you only have target assassinations for like 3 weeks after your own ethnicity, the Druze people, who I think about 5% of Israel is Druze. I know many Druze in Israel, specifically in Majdal Shams, which is a Druze area that was actually targeted by Hezbollah rocket attacks that killed a dozen Druze children who are citizens of Israel. So Israel doesn't randomly care. It's because the Druze are an integral ethnic minority within Israel. And so the Druze citizens of Israel asked their own government, can you protect our family and brothers in Syria who are being slaughtered by the Jolani regime? And Israel said, sure, because that was in our own national interest. They did not ask American boots on the ground. They did not use American money. This was in Israel's own national security. And it was a very successful campaign, which stopped the killing of the Druze. So I'm not sure why this is sort of a point of contention. But I do want to go back to your first point, because when I spoke about Nick Fuentes, I specifically said, forget about Israel. This really has nothing to do with Israel. And then in your answer, Scott, you mentioned Israel, at least a dozen times. So forget about Israel. I think Nick Fuentes is a danger to the conservative movement, not because he questions Israel. As I keep saying, literally everyone on planet Earth questions Israel, including Jews. I mean, I hope you've been to Israel, and if not, I'm happy to take you. It is a national pastime for Israelis to critique and question and criticize their own government. I mean, literally, it is like the only thing they do. What I will say is, forget about Israel, forget about anti-Semitism. When you have an individual like Nick Fuentes, who is criticizing the religious identity of our second lady, Usha Vance, when you have someone like Nick Fuentes who says that your body, my choice, and we need to rape women, that will be very, very bad for the conservative movement to attach themselves to, should they hope to win elections in the future. And as it pertains to Tucker Carlson, I would agree with you. As Charlie taught me, as he taught millions of Americans, the best way to combat bad ideas is with better ideas. The problem is, though, people like Nick Fuentes and the guest that I was meant to debate on this show, Lily Gaddis, they're not interested in debate or discourse. They are interested in blowing up the political establishment. They say this explicitly, like, you don't have to trust me. Just look at what they say. And I'm trying to help conservative. I'm trying to help the Republican Party. They will lose elections if they keep tying their horse to this radical, low IQ, dangerous movement. It has nothing to do with Israel. I think people who say that this is about questioning our loyalties to Israel, I think it's a silly, lazy argument, because I don't think there's a serious conservative alive, including Mark Levine and Ben Shapiro, who I don't speak for. I don't have anything to do with them personally, but they also will tell you that absolutely you can and you should and you must, as an American, question all of our alliances. They have simply reached the conclusion that an alliance with Israel, in the same way an alliance with Taiwan, an alliance with Japan, an alliance with Ukraine, an alliance with Australia, is in fact in the best interest of the United States.
Scott, I want to ask you to comment on what Shabbos has said, and then I'm going to move us on to our next segment. But if you can pick up on this idea of whether commentators like Nick Fuentes, are they too toxic? Is it creating an environment where Republicans appear to be coveting this extremist sort of ideology in the desire maybe for cred, for street cred, for popularity, for populism?
Well, what Republican politicians are meeting with Nick Fuentes in this? Like, Nick Fuentes is not a Republican politician. He's not on Fox News.
Marjorie Taylor
Who is
Greene.
a Republican politician is Randy Fine and Ted Cruz. And who is on Fox News? Mark Levin. So these people are much more associated with the Republican Party and conservatism. And I don't know what you want to do with Nick Fuentes, is that Nick Fuentes is an independent content creator. You're not going to censor him. We are opposed to censorship unless you want Rumble to kick him off the platform and X to kick him off the platform, which conservatives oppose these measures back in the day when we were upset with big tech censorship. You know, this is not someone who is a representative of the Republican Party and conservatism. And it's just that Tucker Carlson had an interview with him. You can question whether he should have had that interview or not, but this is not reflective of the Republican Party. The Republican Party is represented by you can say Mark Levin because he speaks at these events, Ted Cruz and Randy Fine. And Randy Fine is saying a lot of extreme stuff on Palestinian children and other things that is not going to help us in elections if we're running on that. So that is something that we have to directly worry more about. And you keep saying that people like, well, we can't question it. But the problem is when we then question it, these people want to cancel you no matter what you say. You know, they get that Mark Levin and others get very upset if you have any discussion about this. So to say that they're open to a discussion is just asinine because they don't appreciate that. And I have been in conservatism for many years. You know, they try to cancel Pat Buchanan for wanting to have a discussion on Israel. They've wanted to cancel Tucker Carlson for years, far before that this discussion was happening over Nick Fuentes. And so it's not just merely saying, oh, well, we're open with a free discussion on Israel, but we just don't want this extremist element. No, it's trying to paint the other side that has criticism of Israel and paint them as these extremists that we don't want, that are going to cost us our election, while ignoring the actual elected lawmakers and focus of the Republican Party that's at odds with the views of young Americans and can cost us more in elections than anything that, you know, the people who are most eager to associate Republican Party and conservatism with certain ideas that are unpopular and saying that this is, they're all full of racists and bigots. It's primarily the liberal media, and we've usually wanted to ignore their attacks on us, but we're trying to take their attacks to purge critics on our side or people that we don't like. And that's not just Fuentes, that's a whole swath of people, as you can see from the debate that's going on with ISI, which they're wanting to purge all these people who I think even most conservatives wouldn't have a problem with, but they say, oh, they're too far out. They don't agree with every single thing Bill Buckley said. So I don't think that's the way the discussion is framed. I think it's a bit disingenuous to say we can have a free discussion on Israel as long as Tucker Carlson or other personalities aren't involved. Those are the people leading the charge on it, and they're the ones who have the highest profile. And I'm meaning Tucker Carlson here because he's got a huge platform, gets over 1 million views on YouTube. You know, what he says matter, it makes news, and they're trying to say we don't want him to have anything to do with the right. We want to purge him. But the good news is that you can't purge him because he's an independent content creator and there's no one who can, you know, call him up and fire him.
Okay, Shabbos, I'm going to get you to respond. Jump in quickly, Shabos, and then I'm going to ask a question to you.
Okay. Scott, just very quickly, I think one of the problems I'm having with your argument is you are using the term cancel or cancelization incredibly loosely and generously here. As I already conceded, and I believe very strongly, the only way to combat bad ideas is with better ideas. The problem is, though, refusing to engage with people who have stated all the things I'd mentioned before about, shooting Republicans, raping women, imprisoning all blacks, sending Jews to the concentration camps. Refusing to engage with those people is not engaging in cancel culture. It's engaging in common sense. And this used to be a conservative argument, actually, that in the marketplace of ideas, good ideas win out and bad ideas don't win out. And that is why have those debates, but that doesn't mean the Heritage Foundation, for example. It does not mean Turning Point USA, for example, have a constitutional obligation to platform reprehensible individuals. And again, it's not so much that Tucker Carlson platformed Nick Fuentes. And it's interesting that you keep using Israel as the example when, ironically, I, as the Jew, am not. Tucker Carlson, in that Nick Fuentes interview, for example, he gave him a pass on literally every single thing that Nick said. So, for example, when Nick said, yeah, I know the date December 18th really well, which happens to be a day before my birthday. And Tucker says, well, why? Why do you know the date December 18th? He says, oh, because that's Joseph Stalin's birthday. And Tucker Carlson says, interesting, let's put a pin in that. Meanwhile, he presses Ted Cruz on the exact ethnic population of Iran and its population numbers. I mean, this is not a serious interview. This is Tucker doing exactly what Tucker knows he does best, which is amplifying, distorting, and creative friction and fissures within the conservative movement. So again, this is not a discussion on Israel. This is a discussion on bringing destructive, nefarious forces who themselves don't believe in conservative values into the conservative movement. And again, it is not cancel culture. It is common sense. And if we engage with reprehensible individuals like Nick, we will lose elections.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you on that because this leads me right into the next sort of subject area I want us to cover. Because it's not uncommon for political parties to consist of many different factions and groups of thought. But recently, as you've both been pointing out, we've seen Republicans such as Florida Congressman Randy Fine and Fox commentator Mark Levine calling for people like Tucker Carlson to be purged from the party. And this is causing a bit of an identity crisis for Republicans who rallied against cancel culture, as you've been saying, Scott, but now appear to want to cancel Tucker Carlson and others. Shabos, are we witnessing then the rise of the woke right?
Well, the woke right would not be the right that are trying to cancel people like Tucker Carlson. The woke right is Tucker Carlson, people who have very bizarre conspiratorial ways of thinking about the world, which is why, for example, Tucker Carlson's latest episode yesterday was on chemtrails, which if you read the comments on his video, even conservatives were saying, what the hell has happened to this man? It has to do with people like Candace Owens, who believes that Charlie Kirk appeared to her in a dream, insisting that Candace must find out the true identity of his assassin. It's people like Nick Fuentes, who blames all of their societal problems on something, the Jews. So that's the woke right. And again, I'll let Mark Levine and Randy Fine, who I don't know these people well, I don't associate with them, and I'll let them speak for themselves and they can advance their own ideas. What I will say is in political culture, it has always been true for 250 years that there is an accepted Overton window of political discourse. So let's use the left as an example. We can have debates on the left, or I should say the left, within the Democratic Party. We can have debates as to what do we do about illegal immigration, right? Do we have a pathway to amnesty? Do we deport violent criminals? Do we deport everyone? Do we debate a wall? Right? We can have those debates because it's all within an accepted framework. What would be repudiated in the Democratic Party would be we need to round up all Mexicans and send brown people back to where they came from, which ironically is what Nick Fuentes has suggested numerous times. So when it comes to people like Tucker Carlson, it's not cancellation. It is the ability to recognize that we as conservatives believe in certain principles and we believe in certain values. And people who don't share those principles or their values, they're welcome to do what they would like. This is a free country. Have your platform, have your Rumble, have your Twitter. But we are not forced to invite you to our conferences. That to me seems like a bizarre notion that we are beholden to invite the lowest IQ, the lowest denominators into our conferences, because if not, we're engaged in cancel culture.
Scott, I can see that you want to jump in here. Please, feel free. You don't have to wait for me to pull you into the conversation. Go ahead. What do you make? I can see your face.
I'm respectful of the rules here, but... Yeah, with the Tucker Carlson and other things that you're saying about Heritage, and like we're not against cancel culture, but even what happened with Heritage Foundation is an example of cancel culture, is that Kevin Roberts sent out a message, and just for that sheer message of just defending Tucker Carlson, he had to then have this groveling apology before all of Heritage staff. And now they're trying to demand that all the Heritage staff around him must go to Shabbat dinner, whether they feel that that's part of their, whether a religion will allow that or not. And it's very weird that they're just trying to demand that. I mean, people are free to go as they please, but it's almost in conservatism with this recent uproar over the Tucker Carlson interview that they're trying to demand a type of ideological conformity among these sides. And yes, you say, okay, they can have the Rumble, they can have their anything. That's fine, but that's not really more than what they want to do with Tucker. Is that Tucker is an influential conservative personality. He is someone who's spoken at Turning Point USA events. He had a close relationship with Charlie Kirk, and they want to end that. And Turning Point USA is standing up for Tucker and saying that part of our free speech is that we're going to stick with Tucker and allow him to speak at these events. And when you bring up that mention of saying, oh, he was harder on Ted Cruz versus Fuentes, and I'm not, Tucker can do his interviews the way you want. I would probably a lot of other people would conduct that interview in a different way. But Ted Cruz is an elected lawmaker. Ted Cruz is one of the most powerful senators in the country. And Ted Cruz is somebody who wants to be president in 2028. And it's worth having that level of scrutiny for Ted Cruz, regardless of how he conducted the interview with Fuentes. It's right for him to ask these questions, especially when he's arguing for an intervention in Iran. And if he doesn't know basic facts about Iran, then that's right to call him out. And it was necessary to have that interview. If you have one of the leading forces pushing for an intervention in Iran and is one of the strongest advocates for Israel in Congress, and he doesn't know these basic facts, then that's worth calling out. And you want greater scrutiny of lawmakers versus streamers. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's how our democracy works. I mean, streamers are probably for the best are not running our country. It is these senators and congressmen and other government officials that are, and you want to have greater scrutiny of that. Mm-hmm. And it is a matter of, the woke right is a funny term. I would not accuse either side of being woke right, because woke has a specific meaning that it can only mean something with the left.
Oh, it does, and yet that's what we're hearing. It's what is being bandied around.
It does.
Shabbos, what do you make of some of Scott's points?
Let's to the left. And what the term that came out with the woke right was primarily put out by people like James Lindsay and conservatives of that sort, and saying that, oh, these guys are identity focused. They're talking too much about immigration and other things. That's not really conservatism, and we need to purge these people. That was actually when woke right was primarily deployed. It was deployed by James Lindsay, not on issues relating to Israel. And so this is not so much of an issue relating that we want to purge all people who criticize Israel. It's people, we want to purge all people who are part of this new right or dissident right or online right, whatever you want to call it, who are bringing forth new ideas into conservatism. And the previous version of conservatism, as represented by Ted Cruz, failed in previous elections in 2016, 2020, 2024. It was rejected. They went with Trump because he offered something new from the stale, worn out, discredited conservatism of the past. Mm-hmm. And now old guard elements that never really supported Trump in the beginning want to utilize events like this to purge the elements that are trying to meet the Trumpist moment. And I don't think that's correct. And it's relating not just to Israel, it's also relating to immigration, it's relating to free speech, and it's relating to and foreign policy in general, how we conduct our foreign policy away from neoconservatism of the past.
Shabbos?
Sure. There's a lot there to unpack. First of all, if you want to make the argument that the old guard had been repudiated by Donald Trump himself has called Tucker Carlson cuckoo and wacky. He said just yesterday that Marjorie Taylor Greene has lost his way. He's repeatedly denounced Nick Fuentes. So you're kind of making like two very contradictory points here, because Donald Trump, who definitionally is MAGA, he is the face and the founder of MAGA, he wants nothing to do with these people. So that's number one. Number two, in the 20 minutes I've known you, Scott, you are a hell of a lot smarter than the argument you just made as it pertains to cancel culture. What do I mean by this? If I, for example, was a believer that children should be biologically mutilated if they believe that they were born into the wrong body, and then I was upset that Turning Point USA did not invite me to their conferences to speak about said agenda, would that be cancel culture? No, that would be a recognition that we are a conservative movement. We don't value your political identity or agenda, and therefore we are not going to platform it. And as it pertains to Tucker Carlson's interview with Ted Cruz, I agree with you. Tucker Carlson should be, as any journalist, should be aggressive and direct with Ted Cruz. The problem is, as I had already articulated, he then gives Nick Fuentes an entire pass. And to your point, well, Ted Cruz is making policy, so therefore he's more important. Again, that's contradicted by your earlier assertion that people like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson are way more influential because, to your own point, they have millions and millions of views. That's the problem we have. It's giving a free pass.
They're way more influential than people like Ben Shapiro and a lot of their rivals. I did not say they're more influential than Ted Cruz and actual lawmakers.
Sure. They're not as influential. You're missing the point here. The point is we need to be as intense and scrutinize the points of all individuals who are seeking to claim a stake of leadership within the conservative movement. So I think there's a lot more to unpack, but I'll leave it at that. Essentially, is let's not sort of quibble on semantics and quibble on minute minorities, political differences within our party. And let's focus on the big picture here that, as I keep saying, we will lose elections if we acquiesce to these types of individuals.
It leads us into this third and final segment, actually, perfectly, because, I think, Scott, you've also mentioned this idea of the new right, these new ideas. What's it going to look like as we come into the next election cycles? It's pretty clear that some parts of the president's base aren't happy with the direction of travel. Recently, many have denounced his comments on Fox News back on Tuesday regarding the need for more legal migrants to come to America on specialist H-1B visas, as just the latest example that they have platformed of the president backflipping on his America First promises. There is a clear dividing line between establishment Republicans and the more purist America First base. So, Scott, to go back to some of your earlier points, do you think that all of this infighting will determine the direction of the Republican movement, America First, or the MAGA movement post-Trump? Are we now reshaping the Republican political landscape?
Oh, absolutely. Even if you look at the backlash towards Trump's comments, which I think Trump's comments were more of a matter of poorly thought out language or not even really understanding what H-1Bs are. I'm a Trump supporter, but sometimes he doesn't say the right things in these interviews. But it's good that you have a backlash to let the administration know and Trump know that the base absolutely opposes this. But even that comment, a Republican president, say, George W. Bush, if he was making these type of comments, most Republicans were like, we need more legal immigration. We like that. That's patriotic. But now you see how the MAGA base reacts, not just to illegal immigration, but to legal immigration, that the idea that anyone could potentially offer support for H-1B visas, which the average conservative wouldn't even have known about, 4 or 5 years ago. But now it's a serious issue among really are the people who are most into conservative media content. That's showing a major shift in the party. And very few people in the party openly advocate for an amnesty for illegal immigrants anymore. Pretty much everyone in the party now has to oppose amnesty for illegal immigrants. And now the battle is over how much legal immigration we should restrict. There's still a lot of people in the party who have not moved in that direction, particularly in the old leadership and a lot of the old guard of conservatism. But there's this push forward in that direction. And it's also on foreign policy. You would have never seen Republicans question, support for Ukraine and all these foreign commitments that we have in the past. And we would never, even they would have all said, like, you can't say America first. That's a bigoted term we left in the past. But now it's a term that is mainstream and popular. And even people like Ted Cruz want to utilize for their own side, which even though it might not be very America first. So it's definitely a new right that has shifted. And we're seeing these debates play out all the time with the comments relating to Trump's comments on H-1Bs and in the Tucker interview and the desire to push Tucker out of the conservative movement. but it's going to be very difficult for them to push Tucker out of the conservative movement or any of these other independent content creators, because the new media environment favors them over the old establishment. Is that more people tune in to the YouTube and to clips they see on TikTok and on X and Substack than they do in the traditional media. Fox News is still going strong, but Fox News still wants to appeal to this new media environment and take a lot of these ideas that they would have ignored in the past. If you watch Fox News today, they're pretty much documenting any illegal alien crime that they can find, which in the past they wouldn't have been as focused on. And even last year, they were strongly supporting Daniel Penny, who is a veteran who took down a threatening vagrant on a train, which in the past they would have said, we can't defend this guy. They're calling him a racist. But then they turned him into a hero. And this is reflecting the new media environment and new right views and a new conservatism that is coming forth. And a lot of this fight over Tucker Carlson is old guard elements trying to push back against it and to say that they're woke right. We don't want this element in our movement anymore. We want to return back to the good old days of National Review controlling everything and people like that. And I think that that's going to be very impossible for them to do due to the new media environment.
Is this old guard
But again,
versus
if
new
you wanna
guard,
make the-
Shavos?
Well, again, if you want to make the argument that the old guard is pushing out Tucker Carlson, you're going to have to also explain why is it that President Trump, who is definitely not the old guard by your own admission, he blew up the old guard, you're going to have to make a convincing argument as to why President Trump wants Tucker Carlson out of the party. By his own admissions, he said that Tucker lost his way. He called Tucker crazy. He called Tucker a wacko. I mean, Tucker Carlson has spent the last few months without explicitly stating President Trump by name because he's too much of a coward, but by implicitly stating that President Trump is covering up a child sex ring in defense of Jeffrey Epstein. Again, he won't say President Trump by name because he's afraid, but that's his podcast for the last 6 months. He was saying that President Trump was going to start World War III by attacking Iran. I mean, I think it was both him and Dave Smith who had on their pinned Twitter account that if we attack Iran, we're going to have hundreds of thousands of American soldiers dying. And of course they were wrong. And I just want to make one other point that I forgot to respond to earlier in terms of Kevin Roberts, which again, Scott, you're obviously a much smarter man than I, but you know that the attack against Kevin Roberts was not that he was defending Tucker Carlson. The attack was that he said that there was a venomous coalition of, these outside shadowy forces who are trying to silence him, which is an obvious nod to, again, this conspiratorial thinking of the far right. And no one is demanding that you must go to Shabbat dinners, otherwise you are anti-Semitic. This, again, is a classic fringe talking
a lot
point.
of people were demanding that of
So
certain
hang on,
staff members.
hang on.
Which I'm not saying you are, but there were individuals such as Bethany Mandel and others.
Hang on. You've been very respectful up until this point. Let's not break it. You can respond. Just let me make the point. This whole Shabbat dinner thing came about. My friend Bethany Mandel, she was part of this task force just to recommend what Heritage can do. And out of like the 14 points, one of them was, why don't you invite, as a total voluntary optional basis, people to Shabbat dinner? And by the way, as someone who gets invited to Shabbat dinners the whole time, believe me, you can say no. And Scott, I don't know where you live, but next time you're in LA, you're more than welcome to come to my house for Shabbat dinner. And if you say no, I will not call you anti-Semitic, because believe me, there is no one on planet Earth who believes it's anti-Semitic. There was no one who was saying you must go to Jewish people's houses for Shabbat dinner. So again, it's just this bizarre conspiratorial talking point that people like Nick Fuentes constantly talk about to create divisions within the conservative movement. And the last point, which is really to address your question, I will say there are healthy debates and disagreements and dialogues. That is good. That's what conservatism is. That's kind of what the left doesn't do. We don't have ideological uniformity. That's a really healthy thing. So whether it pertains to, I'll mention Israel, whether it pertains to our alliance with Israel, whether it pertains to illegal immigration, whether it pertains to tariffs, let's have those debates. Let's have those disagreements. But let's not be fooled by the fact that there are these nefarious actors who don't want any healthy skepticism or debate or disagreement. They want to, as I keep saying, imprison black people, deport brown people. I mean, these are not people we should be inviting in. And yes, I will mention William Buckley. I'll stick up for him. He was absolutely right to purge his movement of the John Birch Society, and the conservative movement was strengthened as a result. And then lastly, as it pertains to illegal migration and legal migration, absolutely, we need to have a serious discussion as to who are the people we are allowing into our country. How is it, for example, that someone like Mahmoud Khalil, who literally lied on his visa application to the United States, was granted a foreign student visa, and then when he called for the eradication of Western civilization, when he took part in protests at Columbia University that held maintenance workers hostage How is it that he was allowed into this country? How is it that Mehdi Hassan, who was a low-level journalist for Al Jazeera, who compared non-Muslims to pigs and monkeys and cattle, how the hell was he allowed into this country? So obviously we're in agreement that illegal immigration must stop and border crossings are down, what, like 99%? But now we must pivot to who are the types of people we are allowing into our country, because certainly we want, we desire, and we need immigration, legal immigration, but also the right kinds of legal immigration.
Scott, I'll give you a right to reply on that before we have to wrap up.
One quick point about Tucker. But I think it is, Tucker, for the most part, is still, as far as I know, a Trump supporter. And he also earns the right to have some criticism of Trump. Now, I'm not going to defend his over-the-top statements that World War III is going to happen and all that. But Tucker, unlike a lot of other conservative personalities, supported Trump in 2016 when that was very risky to do and very dangerous to do. And I worked for him at the time, and he had all these people threatening him, saying, we're going to get you fired from Fox for just saying nice things about Trump in 2016. And then for the 2024 primary, when many of the people are trying to say he's not MAGA and trying to purge him, and I'm not accusing you, even though I'm not sure if you were affiliated with conservatives at the time. If you were, that's that. But there were other people who were very anti-Trump at the time, very supportive of DeSantis and wanting to push Trump out of conservatism, who were fully against Trump, while Tucker was for Trump and supporting Trump. So he has earned the right to have some criticism of Trump. And I think all Trump supporters are able to disagree with policies and statements that Trump made. You see many Trump supporters who are upset about his H-1B comments and other statements about Chinese student visas. I've criticized him on that, but I think we have a right to criticize him on areas of disagreement. And I think just because Tucker criticizes him over his move to Iran, which was, a divisive issue within MAGA, I think, you just say, oh, well, he's no longer MAGA because he disagreed with Trump on this certain area. I don't think that's a correct position to have. I think Trump supporters are able to disagree with president's actions without going full anti-Trump.
So what about the fact that Tucker Carlson has repeatedly insinuated that Donald Trump knows that there's a child sex ring that implicates almost all national security government officials, yet he's not releasing the Jeffrey Epstein tapes?
Several MAGA commentators were upset about how he handled the Epstein files and other things. I'm not going to defend that statement on how he is, but many other Trump supporters were upset about that. If you look at the people who are running Rasmussen Reports, which is a polling firm that is very MAGA, it's a conservative institution, they were also critical of how the Trump administration was handling the Epstein files. So were many other MAGA commentators. So this is not that Tucker is an outlier. And if you're going to purge Tucker over that, you're going to have to purge a lot more conservatives as well.
But hang on, I'm not saying purge Tucker Carlson, and I think you're misunderstanding the question. It's not about how he handled or mishandled Jeffrey Epstein. If you go on Tucker Carlson's podcast for the last 6-7 months, he has stated repeatedly that there are those in power, and again, he won't mention Trump by name because he doesn't have the balls, but there are those in power who know that currently there is a child sex ring operation. He knows the people behind it, and he's refusing to release the tapes or the files, whatever, because he would be implicated. So that's not like we disagree with how they handled the releasing of the Epstein files. That is like Donald Trump is implicated in them.
As I said previously, several other people are making this. I'd have to look at the tapes and say what he says specifically, because several conservatives who are talking about Epstein still say that it's people in power, but they're not implicating Trump. So I'd have to see on that matter with Trump. But I still
what about the fact that Tucker Carlson is implicated
in other areas? He has earned the right to disagree with Trump on other policies due to his past support. And I think Trump supporters can disagree with Trump on statements and actions he takes.
Okay, before we get to Bogdan.
In 10 seconds. So let me just ask one last time, because I just want to have a clear answer from you. What about the fact that Tucker Carlson has implicitly stated that Donald Trump is in fact implicated?
If he explicitly stated, that's a difference. If he implicitly states, he could be referring to anything else.
Okay, and I also need to say that the president has repeatedly denied any involvement for the sake of accuracy and legalities here.
He's not
involved. The president has denied
the only person,
hang on.
The only person who thinks that Donald Trump was actually involved in the Jeffrey Epstein sex scandal is actually Tucker Carlson.
Okay. Before
That
we
is
get
not
too
true.
bogged down in Jeffrey
Several
Epstein,
liberals-
this could
liberals
absolutely be a
often
debate
blame
for
Trump on
next week. It is something that Counterpoints may revisit. We've done an episode on this in the past, and it looks like we may need to pick it up again. But, gentlemen, I'm going to have to wrap it up there before we get too far over time on a whole brand new topic, because it's been really interesting having both of you express views on the current and perhaps the future ideological path of the Republican Party. Thank you to both of our guests, Sharbos Kestenbaum, political commentator for PragerU, and Scott Greer, writer, podcaster and columnist at the American Conservative. Thanks for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and one-to-one interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya on YouTube, and don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Montreal. The real story behind the city of Montreal. Its name originated from Mount Royal, the triple-peaked hill in the heart of the city. It was first called Ville Marie, or the City of Mary. Montreal is the most populous city in Quebec and second most populous city in Canada, with about 1.65 million residents. The city's official language is French, spoken by more than 60% of the population. Montreal is conveniently nestled between the shores of the St. Lawrence River. One of its great outdoor escapes is, of course, Mount Royal. Aside from hiking the mountain during the summer, try cross-country skiing in the winter, or you can also try biking or skating. Better yet, you can just hang around and enjoy the view. But what's notable about Mount Royal is a cross that rests at the peak of it. The city's laws forbid any building or skyscraper to be built higher than it, to tower over the mountain and the famous cross. The laws are implemented to keep the natural ambience of the place, and most especially obstruct the view of the wonderful city skyline. Meanwhile, its culinary delights are top-notch too. Food tours are quite usual in Montreal, with the various communities and cuisines populating the place. Walking around the city will allow you to discover and learn about its historic and cultural roots through food. Definitely a delicious way to get to know the city. For a dose of the real historic spots, visit Old Montreal, also known as the Old Quarter. The view is reminiscent of the feel and ambiance of Europe. It's got narrow cobblestone streets lined with galleries, restaurants, and boutiques. The city doesn't fall short of artistic inspiration. And then, of course, there's shopping. Here in Montreal, it's considered a sport, and one must shop with a passion. Score great bargains as the city offers some of the most creative designs from the best in Canada. In fact, the people of Montreal like to pride themselves for their impeccable taste and thriving fashion city. St. Catherine Street is where you'll find some of the best international brand names. All the major shopping centers can be found there. And last but not the least, the city is, oddly enough, also known for its best spa treatments. There's even one that floats on the St. Lawrence River. So good, you can in fact spend an entire day in it. It's a great way to cap off your trip. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman sits down with President Trump at the White House and says the investment into the US will increase to $1 trillion, plus praises Trump's work on world peace. Defense deals will also be on the table as Trump confirms the US will sell F-35s to Saudi Arabia, calling them a great ally. And Epstein survivors speak out ahead of a vote to release the files. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is in Washington today, meeting US President Donald Trump at the White House. During a press conference in the Oval Office, the Crown Prince said investment to the US will increase to $1 trillion and praised Trump's work on world peace. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Gemma and Michael, thank you so much for joining me. A lot happening today. We know that Donald Trump, of course, met the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the White House today to much pomp and pageantry and fanfare, and it was all a pretty remarkable occasion. But President Trump has said this, Michael, is actually more than just a meeting. So how did you think it went?
I thought it was an opportunity for both to sort of remake their images a little bit. The Crown Prince, I think, wants to present himself as though he is something of a peacemaker. He was instrumental, for instance, in bringing about the ceasefire. in Gaza. He's also been instrumental in helping Iran and the U.S. Speak more honestly in negotiations. Donald Trump, meanwhile, I think he's trying to own the narrative, at least take it back a little bit from where it's been. You know, a couple of weeks ago, the Democrats won in all of the elections that were important in the off-year election cycle that the U.S. had. There's also been, of course, the government shutdown. I think the president has stumbled a little bit when it's been talk about affordability. And I think the other big issue is that, of course, we've got the Epstein files, which is taking over a lot of the president's time. So it's an opportunity for Donald Trump to, again, claim back the narrative. And it's also a chance for the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia to present himself as someone different, because it's been 7 years since he was last at the White House.
And Gemma, actually, we were talking a little bit earlier about this meeting between Donald Trump and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in the Oval Office, and you said it felt fresh. And when I watched it, it did feel like two close friends coming together, one who's putting Saudi first, one who's putting America first, but want to work together to make their countries better. And together they see that that is an important way to move forward.
Yeah, and the reason I think it felt fresh is because when I grew up, US relations and the Middle East, it dominated the headlines all the time for all the wrong reasons. It was sort of constantly negative. And the relationships weren't as strong as they are now. So to see this, to see them sitting there, you know, talking, you know, and all these new developments that have come from it, it felt like actual change could come from this meeting, and I think that's what I felt by fresh. You can feel that there is something moving that's going to take things forward.
And I feel like that is something that is really important for us to concentrate on. And another thing I want to bring to both of you and to yourself, Gemma and Michael, we have been talking about this. Mohammed bin Salman's last visit was Trump's first term. That was 7 years ago. And Saudi has changed dramatically within that time frame. Saudi's booming. We're seeing a whole different relationship when it comes to lots of different countries around the world. And I wonder how this huge transformation is reshaping things.
I think it's kind of like, you know, does the tail wag the dog? Does, you know, it's kind of this perpetual circle. They are reshaping, and thus they are being reshaped by this kind of perpetual motion that we're in at the moment. So, yeah, a lot has happened in 7 years, not just in Saudi, but in the world, of course. They've seen so many changes domestically, you know, their position on the world stage as well, economically, politically. And at home, there's been a big focus on culture, creativity. We've seen these huge events, these big sporting events. We've seen concerts. We've seen, you know, women's rights, you know, being worked upon there as well. We're seeing tourism really coming to the fore, which I never thought I would see personally. We've got these mega projects and the Vision 2030 project. So domestically, there is so much going on. Now, on the world stage as well, which I think is what's kind of most important as well, we are seeing Saudi step forward to become a bigger player, especially in sort of diplomacy and in roles as a mediator. And as you said, they have been instrumental in the region, brokering deals, brokering peace in Syria, Sudan, Gaza, Iran, and more. And there's a confidence there that they know the region. You know, this instead of foreign countries coming into the region and thinking they know what's best, this is a nation that is in the Middle East saying, hey, we know these people more than you do. Let us have a try.
And it's really interesting because if we talk about, and just pick up on what Gemma was saying, and we talk about the regional players and the influence Saudi has, I found it so interesting because obviously Donald Trump today was holding that Oval Office with the Saudi Crown Prince. That meeting, that discussion, it went on for a really long time. And even Donald Trump said, this is really transparent. I felt we were getting real transparency from both of the leaders. But Trump was asked a question, and he said the Crown Prince asked to lift sanctions on Syria. Syria has made tremendous progress. And I think this really shows how this relationship is changing things when it comes to regional development in the Middle East when it comes to lifting the sanctions on Syria. And also, it just seems that we keep on hearing about this normalizing of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia and momentum to that.
Yeah, to what Gemma said, I think it is fresh. And it is because I think neither side has to worry about foreign policy too much. You have Donald Trump, who's very transactional, certainly when it comes to his foreign policy negotiations, and that there's a transparency there that I think other world leaders can relate to. And from the Crown Prince's point of view, he understands the dynamics of the relationship, and so he knows that if he's going to go into the U.S. and he's going to invest as much as $1 trillion, he knows he's going to be getting something in return from the president. The nice thing about what the Crown Prince has done, which hasn't happened before in Saudi Arabia, is that, and to your point where there's so much change, it's partly because one of the big points of emphasis is they're investing in the Saudi youth themselves. Traditionally, Saudis would go overseas for university. Now more and more are staying in country to be educated. They don't want to leave for 4 years and miss out on the transformational change that's happening. But getting back to Donald Trump and the Crown Prince, they have this understanding about how the relationship should work, and they're both comfortable working within the dynamic of that relationship.
And I find it quite fascinating, actually, when I had a look at the body language between the two men. It's very clear that they are both great friends. They've known each other for a long time. Yeah. And we do know that the Trump organization, which is not related to the US administration, but they also do a lot of deals in the Middle East. And of course, that is the Trump family. So there's a lot of ties to the Middle East when we have a look at the president and his family coming into the Middle East. But, you know, I wonder right now where this leaves us. So they're really good friends. We've seen loads of investment happening today. And I think to myself, are we going to see all of these deals come to fruition? Because that's always the big question.
I think the big question going into this was, you know, the 600 billion that was pledged previously. What an update on that? And they've gone even bigger. You know, they've here's your update. It's going to be even more. And as you see, I do think Trump is very comfortable dealing with the region, dealing with the key players in the region in ways that we haven't seen before with US presidents. But yeah, I think they've given the world what they wanted to see. I think they've given the US what it wants to see. And I think they've given Saudi what it wants to see. I can't see any losers here. I also think that one of the reasons why a lot of these deals, when they were first announced 6 months ago about the $6 billion, I didn't think that would happen. But now, or the $600 billion, excuse me. But now I think there's a different dynamic at play, because what Donald Trump is doing is he's not necessarily negotiating with the Crown Prince. He's introducing the Crown Prince to all the business leaders in America, and Saudi Arabia can then make those deals with American companies, which won't be beholden to whoever's in the White House.
And what's really interesting is they say that they're going to have this big black tie dinner tonight. Elon Musk is expected to be at that dinner. So is Tiger Woods. Cristiano Ronaldo has also gone with Mohammed bin Salman to the White House. Right. And tomorrow they're going to have that investment meeting, and we're going to see all the Wall Street executives there too. So you're absolutely right. Donald Trump is actually key to the networking that will be happening. So I think that's a really interesting point to make.
He's almost the linchpin, right? He's just bringing, much like a successful businessman would do, he's just bringing the parties together and then letting them negotiate whatever deals they need to.
Do you think that also ensures his legacy for when he's no longer in the White House?
I think it ensures that he'll have business opportunities once he leaves the White House. Yeah.
But I also think it's a really good idea, like you say, because sometimes when there's administration changes and things change in the US, knowing the company and knowing the top of it will really benefit Saudi Arabia. And I found it interesting Tiger Woods was going.
But he's played golf with Donald Trump.
Yes, indeed.
So there, and of course, the Saudis have invested heavily in the Live Tour. So there is, an understanding that golf is a big connector of different cultures.
I think what they're going to try and do is convince Tiger Woods to join LIV, because he hasn't done that yet.
He has not.
You heard it here first. Anyway, we're going to move on now, and let's turn to military spending, which will be high on the agenda during today's meetings. Ahead of the highly anticipated summit, US President Donald Trump said he plans to sell US-made F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia as the two countries consider a potential multi-billion-dollar deal. Okay, so another thing we're going to talk about today is I found it really interesting. Before the Crown Prince had even arrived in the US, Donald Trump said, yes, F-35 jets, we're going to sell them to Saudi Arabia. Absolutely interesting turn of events. It's unprecedented and something the US has only done with its closest allies in the past, Gemma.
Yeah, it is unprecedented, absolutely. But it's not without historical context. So in 2010, Saudi bought 84 F-15s from the US. But that was obviously old technology, and the F-35s are what is called a fifth-generation stealth aircraft, much more advanced technology, and obviously the world, 15 years later, is in a different place. So if they do get these F-35 jets, which Trump has said, you know, this is going to happen, this deal will go through, they'll be the second country in the region after Israel to operate the jet. Now, that is a kind of whole other story to unpack as well, to be honest with you. And it is a big deal because the US has historically been very cautious about who they share their technology with, particularly in this region. And obviously, they have promised Israel, you know, I hope I get this right, a qualitative military edge in the region. And that includes, they have F-35 fighters. So what does that mean, you know, for Saudi having them? Does this still maintain Israel's edge? So many different things to consider as well. But the deal is, you know, it's bringing together these two allies, Saudi and the US, in a much stronger way, because F-35s, it's not just about selling a country the plane or the technology. There is so much that comes around it. There is the infrastructure, there is the training. This is something that's going to go on for years and years and years, and it ties these two countries together for years.
This is fascinating because Trump also said the F-35 jets to Saudi, similar to Israel's. We heard that today in the press conference, because we say that this is a whole different story. Michael, we'll get into this with you. Saudi will buy F-35 jets, so Donald Trump has made that pretty clear. As far as I'm aware, it's 48 F-35 jets that are on order. I don't know if that is the exact number, but it's what I've heard. Both Israel, Saudi should get top-of-the-line F-35s. That's what Donald Trump said. I find this really interesting when it comes to policy shift. And I don't know, Michael, what your thoughts are on it.
I think it is interesting. I think that the Israeli Prime Minister must be wondering, I'm the one that's the Prime Minister at this time where I have lost our greatest ally to Saudi Arabia. And Donald Trump seems much more comfortable in public, in the Oval Office, with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia than he does with the Israeli Prime Minister. And I cannot imagine that he would ever chastise the Saudi Crown Prince the way that he has over the past couple of years, the Israeli Prime Minister. There is a shifting, because it's not just Saudi Arabia and the US. It's Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Qatar and Bahrain. And for that matter, you could also add Kuwait and Oman. So there are so many Gulf countries now, all of them, that are siding and having explicit deals with the president and with his family. You don't hear too many deals with the Trump family happening in Israel at the moment. And I think that that shifting has to be concerning to the Israelis.
And what I also find interesting is, you know, the Crown Prince, he made it quite clear today when asked, we want peace for Israel, Palestinians too. He made that clear. And he said, I find it quite... Donald Trump said both countries will be happy when it comes to these F-35 fighter jets, whatever you read between the lines there. But I find it quite fascinating at the moment that we are seeing the shift. But also, interestingly enough, we talk about these jets, but they're going to take a long time to be built. I actually saw one today on the runway at the Dubai Air Show. These F-35 stealther jets are very impressive.
You're having a Top Gun moment.
I was having a Top Gun moment. I was actually fascinated by the technology.
Yeah.
And one, it's the training and how much work these people have to put into it. It's pretty incredible stuff. But also, at the same time, you know, you mentioned the training there and how long this could take. And I think there is a concern that maybe they'll never come to light because the administration could change.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, will the Republicans stay in power after Trump goes? Will the Democrats come in? The current shift, as you mentioned earlier, seems to show the country is sort of swinging more to the left. I would like to see a deal like this continue just for the diplomacy, you know, just to keep the US and the region, you know, together. It would be quite a blow for the next administration to come in and put a block on all these deals and stop them. And I think it would be a blow to the diplomacy that I actually think Trump has done quite well in the region. I have to give credit where credit's due. So I think that would be a shame to kind of to come in and cut all of this.
And then let's talk a little bit about the normalizing of ties, because we know Donald Trump wants Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize ties. And this was something that was brought up, and they said that they had had quite a lot of discussion about this very topic. Obviously, Donald Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince. The Saudi Crown Prince did praise Donald Trump for his work on world peace. And he also said something quite interesting. We want to be part of Abraham Accords, but also make sure to secure a path to a two-state solution. And this is something, you know, Crown Prince also says we want peace for Israel and the Palestinians, as I did say. And this is something that Saudi Arabia seemed to be determined about. And we've obviously seen that 20-point Donald Trump peace plan in place when it comes to Gaza. I wonder if Donald Trump will now be putting more pressure on Israel to make sure that Saudi will come to the table when it comes to the normalization of ties.
Yeah, if the Americans want this deal, this 20-point plan that Donald Trump has introduced, to be a true success, then he needs to make sure that there is a just and lasting peace, and there also is first a solution, then normalization. That's what the Saudis have said. The Israelis need to make sure that they're getting something, and I think in the past it would have always been that the Israelis would say that they wanted peace and that they wanted to be able to secure their borders. But we now know from what the Israeli Prime Minister has said, as well as ministers, is that they are 100% against a Palestinian state. But that's the red line in the sand for the Saudis. The Saudis will do nothing with the Israelis until there is first a solution, then normalization. They need to know that we are well down the road towards Palestinian statehood before they start having that conversation. So what the war has done is it's presented everybody with a sense of urgency. And so the Saudis can say, we will sign up to the Abraham Accords, but 1, 2, and 3 have to happen. And it wasn't as clear as it is now. And I think it's an opportunity for the Israelis, if they really want to be secure and to have the comfort that they feel that they deserve, then they're going to have to step up to the plate, and they're also going to have to make sure that they give the Saudis what they need.
Mm-hmm. And Donald Trump said, good talk on Abraham Accords. That was something he mentioned in the Oval Office meeting with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. But a lot happening there. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that story. Let's move on to another one now. And US Congress has begun a vote on a bill forcing the government to release all Epstein files tonight. If the bill is passed, the Justice Department would need to publish the files within 30 days. Yesterday, President Trump said that he would sign the bill if it is passed. The Epstein files gained new momentum after more than 20,000 pages linked to the sex offender were published, and that was last week. Michael, let's start with you. So Trump has said he will sign the bill. We know that right now it's got to go through a few more stages until it gets to Donald Trump. But pretty much this is a huge U-turn from Donald Trump, another one, we could put it in that context. Do you think Congress will vote on them being released?
So first of all, I think it's a U-turn from a political sense, where Donald Trump recognizes that there's still opportunity for him to not release everything. So what's happening is that he has come out finally, and he has said that I will support a bill that forces me to do what I could do today. Because he could call the Department of Justice, he could call the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and ask that the files be released today. Instead, he's saying that he supports Congress to have a vote, which then has to go to the Senate. And then, if they pass it, it goes back to Donald Trump, and he can sign it or veto it. But because he's also requested that the Department of Justice launch an investigation into the Democrats that have been associated with Jeffrey Epstein, there may then be an opportunity when the bill comes back to Donald Trump, if it passes through the House and the Senate, then he can say, no, I can't sign it because there is an ongoing investigation.
I don't know what your thoughts are, Gemma, but I'm not quite sure that I would agree with that line, Michael, because I think Donald Trump has seen how politically damaging the releasing or not releasing of the Epstein files has been. And we've had this drip, drip, drip feed of the Epstein emails that have now come out. There was no smoking gun in it regarding Donald Trump. So far, no smoking gun. And he's always denied any links at all when it comes to the story and any wrongdoing. But I think Donald Trump has now realised that when he campaigned, his voter base, the MAGA base, was all on releasing these Epstein files, on being transparent. This hasn't happened. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a complete and utter loyalist to the MAGA movement, and Donald Trump has broken ranks to talk out about how the survivors deserve these files to be released. So I'm not sure. I think Donald Trump will go ahead and release them and try to clear his name. I'm not sure what both of you think about that argument.
If that's the case, then why not do it today? Why go through the vote in the House and then the vote in the Senate? I also think, I want to just say this as well, is that while he campaigned, he said he would release them.
Yeah.
And now that he's in a position to look at them, he's not releasing them. That might not indicate anything, but it looks bad. Yeah. And from a political point of view, optics matter so much.
And that's where I think he realised that this is a necessary thing that needs to happen, because the optics do not look good. And it doesn't look good on the Epstein files. And I think everyone would agree with that. And I think that's why Donald Trump would probably go to release them. But he did say a lot of the reason they didn't want to release these files is because they wanted to protect the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the victims. But obviously, they've been speaking out today. Gemma, Larry Summers. He's an interesting case. He's now stepped back from his public role. Tell us a little bit more about what's been going on with Larry Summers, a Democrat, Larry Summers is.
Yes, and we had Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is obviously, we spoke last week about taking, the fall for a lot of this. Larry Summers is not sort of a global name the way that the former Prince Andrew is. So I'm interested in who's falling or who's kind of catching a lot of flack in the Epstein files. It's very interesting to me. Now, he is the former Harvard University president and the former US Treasury Secretary under Clinton and very briefly Obama. Now, he has said he's going to step back from, quote, public commitments after his emails with Epstein were made public. Now, this doesn't mean he's going to step back from teaching at Harvard. But Michael made a really interesting point before the show, which was, because Summers wants to carry on teaching. You said if he goes to teach and it's a co-ed class, you wonder how many people in that class might get up and walk out. And Harvard does not want that. They've already gone through the whole having their funding, Trump threatening to take the funding away, all of this. So it's very interesting. He is not resigning. He is not leaving. He's stepping back from public commitments, but he still wants to continue teaching, and we'll see how that plays out. He has said he's deeply ashamed of his actions. Now, what these emails showed is that he was communicating with Epstein after the Epstein's 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution from a minor. So even after that, he still carried on talking. And up to the day before Epstein's 2019 arrest for the alleged sex trafficking of minors. This is a very long relationship. Now, I don't want to make light of the situation at all, but the email exchange between Epstein and Summers is what the kids today would call absolute cringe. You have Epstein talking to Summers, who was 70 at the time. They're talking about women. They're talking about Summers' dating life. They're talking about Summers having a crush or a relationship on someone that he worked with. It is such a fascinating insight into how these two apparent titans of their worlds were communicating over email like something you would find on a teenage WhatsApp. So, you know, it's the things that are coming out here are fascinating, but I'm so interested in seeing which people are going to be taking the fall.
And I think that's the question that a lot of people are currently asking at the moment. Who's going to take the fall? What more is going to come out in these Epstein files? But just a quick one, because we're out of time, but Prince Andrew, he's been seen riding his horse, apparently. Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former prince, he's been seen riding his horse, and he's also been accused of being in hiding, but probably rightly so. Yeah, and I think, as we did actually say this a few weeks ago, he's not going to hide. He's always maintained his innocence. He likely sees there's no reason for me to hide away. He's out there, you know, he's going to be riding his horse through Windsor Great Park as he sees fit. This is someone who's evidently, you know, from what we know from sources, has never been told no. So he's not really going to start listening to that word now.
Lack of self-awareness. You have to be able to read the room, and in his case, read the world. And everybody is 100% interested in the Epstein files.
Yeah.
The former Prince Andrew is the closest that anybody can get to somebody who would have been a guilty culprit. Mm-hmm. And yet he doesn't seem to have the awareness to understand that it would probably be best for him not to be hidden away for 7 weeks, as has been the case recently, but to maybe go away for a year or two and to keep an incredibly low profile. But as you said, he is somebody who has not been told no too often, and that just doesn't seem to be in his way of thinking.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on the latest on the Epstein files there. Let's move on to another story now. And a music persona created by AI has topped the US Billboard charts for the first time. The AI country artist named Breaking Rust has landed the #1 spot with the viral track Walk My Walk, which has over 3.5 million streams on Spotify. It comes as a study from a French streaming service, Deezer, has revealed that 97% of people can't tell the difference between real music and AI-generated songs. Oh, wow, there is a whole story in this. But Gemma, how has the song made it to the top of the charts? And I must admit something, my favourite genre of music is country music.
You love your country music?
I love my country music.
You were telling us.
So I'm not too happy about this, but go on, tell us.
So, yeah, it's reached the #1 spot on Billboard's country digital song sales charts. Now, there's a few reasons why it's got there, OK? So it's had over 3.5 million streams on Spotify. It went viral. It was featured in a lot of TikToks. It was featured on social media. So, you know, this kind of always gets the ball rolling these days, which really helped its visibility. There's a lot of strong branding here. You know, you see the video. It's a cowboy, you know, the lone, the rugged outlaw. They've really leaned into everything that the layperson would think country music, you know, is about. The visuals, you know, you've got the open road, you've got the dust, you've got the grit. So they've really kind of dug into that.
As I walk through the desert on a horse with no name.
Exactly.
You're quoting America? That's from the 70s. I'm impressed.
Before AI took over.
Before AI took over, yeah.
And obviously it got a lot of press coverage, so then you'll have people streaming it to kind of see what all the fuss is about. So they're all the reasons that it's reached #1. It's very interesting to me that this study has found that most people can't tell the difference between AI and real songs. Now, what's interesting as well is AI has been used in the music industry for about 10 years properly now. Paul McCartney's used it to isolate John Lennon's voice for a Beatles track, Then and Now. This was in 2023. One would probably argue that that's kind of, more out in the open, And then Timbaland used it to collaborate with the notorious B.I.G., who passed away. So AI in the music industry isn't new, but creating entirely new personas, it's very Black Mirror.
It's so interesting, isn't it? Because like you say, AI has been used before for those particular reasons, which I think is kind of acceptable. But Michael, I feel like this is quite a sad moment, not just for country music, but for all artists, because if you think about music, especially country music, if you want to stick with the theme, it's all about a story about your life. It's all about talking about a narrative. And that's something that's really important to the likes of Dolly Parton and all the famous country singers. It's creating that vision, that life, talking about your experiences, helping people listening to it. It's lost its creativity, and also it's taking away from people's livelihoods.
So from an artist's point of view, I would agree. It's depressing and it's pathetic and it's unfortunately disappointing. But from a fan or a listener's point of view, you could argue that I'm getting what I need as a listener. There's something about the lyrics that's playing to my sensibilities and it resonates with me. But it can't be a surprise because of the way that sampling has been used for decades now and the way that auto-tunes is there. And over the past 10 years, you've had so many artists who would be able to stream something that they did themselves directly onto the platform. And they would just have one song. Or maybe they would have 3 songs over the course of a year. Whereas back in the day, when you're quoting the band America from the early 70s, you're coming out with an album. You have to have 46, 48 minutes, probably anywhere from 8 to 12 songs. And that requires, first of all, there wasn't the technology that there is today. And it goes to your point where you do have then the journey and the biography or the autobiographical approach where you're telling a story that, hopefully also resonates. But the way that you can prompt AI, and we all know this, you can come up with something that is going to work and it's going to make sense for a lot of listeners. But I don't think people should be surprised because I think it's the way that the technology has been going for quite some time.
I find it absolutely fascinating. And you are right when you say that, because remember in the olden days when we got a tape and, your favourite thing was to get out the graphics of the tape, all the pictures of it, and look at actually
read the lyrics.
Of the songs.
Yeah.
That was, but everything's changed since now. Do you think it comes at a time when AI investment is now coming under increased scrutiny, or do you think people are actually thinking we need to invest in it, we're just going to be left behind?
So I think there's a couple of things at play. From the AI point of view, there's how many people are going to lose their jobs. That's a big concern that everybody has. And from an investment point of view, there's so much talk right now that there's an AI bubble. And I've heard so many different sides of that as well, right? And that concerns people. I think the criticism, there's 2 criticisms that get leveled against AI, which is it's going to take jobs. And then the other one is that there isn't enough transparency. So if it matters to you as a listener that you're listening to an AI-generated song, then you want it to be said, this is an AI-generated song. Or this is an AI-generated image, right? Fake news. And I think that doesn't happen enough where there isn't enough transparency. So people will maybe feel like they've been duped because their favorite genre is country music. And I just found out that it's generated by AI and it's not real. That can be, it can make you question what it is that technology is able to do today. If a song that touched my heart turned out to be done by completely technology, it can be incredibly disappointing.
Yeah, music is something that people have such a relationship with, right? Same with literature. When I read that, people are just putting prompts into, AI to write books for them, that horrifies me. I want to hear an author's voice, and these are things that, well, it's art. It's our connection to art. So if AI is coming for art, and I remember the Apple advert, that everyone was up in arms about, where they condensed absolutely everything, they crushed everything, and so many people came out saying, well, you're just crushing art, and this is what it feels like, that steamroller again. So I do wonder, if you mess with people's art, whether there's going to be quite a strong reaction.
It'll be interesting to see, going to the future, if people move to trying to have more authentic music as a backlash to AI. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And finally, we've reached that point in the show where Gemma and Michael share their stories of the day. And Michael, yours are actually about flying taxis in Dubai. Can you tell us a little bit more about these?
So I know this is close to your heart,
yes,
because you've been saying, where are the flying cars? Well, here they are.
I actually went to see a flying car. I went to go and see one of them a couple of weeks ago. It was great in Dubai.
Were you thoroughly impressed?
I was thoroughly impressed. However, I did think to myself, there's a little way to go.
So
I was impressed, but I did.
But you're not ready to get in one.
Not ready to get in one. No.
According to the videos that we're seeing now and the story that accompanied it, Joby Aviation in the U.S. is working with the UAE to have 4 what they're calling vertiports. So what will happen is that for the price of an Uber Black,
yes,
you will be able to fly from one vertiport to another. And the way it will be something as simple as going to either the Uber app or another app, still to be determined. But you go to the Uber app and you book a trip. And the car will come and pick you up, and they'll drop you off at one vertiport, and then you can transfer and travel to your destination. And they say for the cost of an Uber Black, that's all it will be. Now, the gentleman who is being interviewed for this particular story has actually been a test pilot for F-35s, which interesting, we were talking about them earlier. And he says that they're incredibly maneuverable. They can fly as fast as 200 miles an hour. They have the 6 propellers. They'll have 4 seats for passengers, so you could be sharing with others. And it is going to be in Dubai, to your point, as early as next year.
I do find one thing is when I went to have a look at this, and I saw a few of them at the air show today, and I did see a test flight of one of them, the technology is absolutely fascinating. Yeah. Like, Jem, I don't know what your thoughts are in it, but when I got into it and I felt it, and you can see how far we've got, it's quite amazing that it could be next year.
And it's so battery powered, so it doesn't have the noise of a helicopter. It's much quieter. It's going to fly anywhere from 1,500 to 3,000 feet. And it's going to cut a 45-minute trip in Dubai down to about 10 minutes.
I'm not. No, you're not going to get me in one of those. No, I'm not. I need a pilot in front of me. You might get me in one if there was, like a pilot, but no, I'm not getting in one of those. Not yet.
And I think some people are a little bit terrified of heights. And I do think, but this is an interesting movement that we are seeing, because like I said, we're seeing more and more of these come onto the market. And Gemma, let's move on to your story now. And yours is about this year's Cambridge Dictionary Word of the Year. And it's all been revealed. Can you tell us what it is? I
enjoy a word of the year and a colour of the year. I love all this stuff at the end of the year when they start rounding things up. So Cambridge Dictionary's word of the year is parasocial.
Okay.
Now, if you're not sure what parasocial is, it's this connection that we have, or we feel that we have, with someone who's in the public eye. They don't know us, we don't know them, but we think we know them. So celebrities, even politicians, influencers, mainly celebrities and influencers. This is where the term was actually coined in 1956, so it's been around for quite a long time. But now we form so many parasocial relationships with people we see on our phones, people we see on the TV, that we think that we know them. Now, the biggest example of this is Taylor Swift getting engaged to Travis.
Kelsey.
Kelsey?
Yeah, TNT forever. I'm actually going on a party this weekend, and we all, sort of have to dress up as Taylor Swift.
This is
very
a
exciting.
party for a 6-year-old, right?
No, this is going to be grown women. So I'll send you some photos. And it's sort of saying that the amount of fans who felt personally involved in her engagement because they buy her albums, they've been to her concerts, they read about them online, that their reactions were oversized. So, yeah, parasocial is the word of the year. And I think we all, to some extent, can get involved in parasocial relationships. Not to the extent that you become some stalkerish fan or anything like that. But we can all sort of think, oh, I know that person because that influencer is always on my phone and they like the same things that I like. I think we can all be guilty of it.
Can I tell you something? I completely agree with that. And I must admit, I love the idea of you going out as Taylor Swift because I love Taylor Swift. I've loved her since her first country album. I still love her. And I felt very invested when she announced she got engaged. And the reason being is because we've been through all the breakup albums. We've been through all the heartbreak. We've followed her all on our journey. Her Eras tour is everywhere. Yeah. She's reached all the different generations. But at the same time, it's creepy, isn't it, Michael?
So it is, but for me, it's not anything new. There's the Stephen King novel called Misery, which came out in 1987, which is essentially that, where the author crashes his car and he's rescued by, it turns out to be, a woman who's an incredible fan of his. And she will not let him go. And I think because she has this relationship with him where she thinks she knows him because she's read his work. But of course, she doesn't know him. And I can remember reading that in the mid-'80s, and there were moments where I had to stop because of the graphic nature of what was going on, because of how she was treating him. And so I don't think it's anything new. I think we just experience it much more regularly now, as you said, because of social media. We see, I mean, you can see through Twitch streaming, you can see some people's daily lives, everything that they do. And it is, I think, a situation that develops where people genuinely feel that they know you because they see everything that you're doing during the day.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. I always feel like I know the Kardashians.
I think you could be an honorary Kardashian.
I would love to be an honorary
Kardashian.
If you need a sister, call me. But I just want to say thanks to our guest today, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is given a full red carpet welcome by the US President Donald Trump as he begins his visit to Washington. We ask a number of geopolitical experts, what do both sides want to get out of this visit? Plus, we ask the former US ambassador to Riyadh for his take on the state of relations between the two countries. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in Washington, where Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman today began a high-profile visit. Well, in a sign of the close ties between the two countries, the US President Donald Trump gave him a lavish welcome at the White House. Well, President Trump has praised the 40-year-old Crown Prince, calling him a very wise friend and saying that he's doing a spectacular job. In particular, he noted the Crown Prince's leadership and Vision 2030 reforms. Well, this visit highlights Saudi Arabia's global influence and the long-standing US-Saudi partnership, with talks focusing on defence, energy, investment and advanced technology cooperation. Well, we're joined now by Michael Ratney, who is a former US ambassador to Saudi Arabia. Ambassador Ratney, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to Al Arabiya English. The United States and Saudi Arabia have this 8-decade-long diplomatic relationship. What's your interpretation of what the state of that relationship is right now?
So thanks for having me on this morning. I think the relationship is in pretty good shape. Over those 8 decades, there's certainly been some ups and downs. In the course of the Biden administration, it went down and then it got much, much better. During the Trump administration, I think in substance, it's quite good. And also, it seems like President Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince have a remarkably warm rapport. And I think that's probably what we'll see on display in Washington today.
Right, yeah, I was going to ask you about the relationship between the two men. And as you said, it's an extremely strong relationship. In an article penned in the New York Times, you wrote that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has made advances once thought unimaginable. And I'd like to ask you, since you served in Riyadh until the start of the year, what are the main changes that you've observed in Saudi Arabia during the past decade?
The changes are sort of in two categories. Economic, there's a huge economic diversification effort going on, and also societal. And I think for somebody that visited Saudi Arabia 5, 10, 15 years ago, and then again in this recent period, that's the most dramatic change that you see. It's the most palpable thing. Saudi was famous for women being marginalized in society, for example. And now you go and Saudi women are everywhere. They're in the workforce in large numbers. They can drive. They can basically control their lives in ways that they never could before. So I think that's the most obvious thing when you step off a plane and visit the country. But there's a lot of other things as well. Saudi was never a country where you had an arts and culture scene, for example. And now there's movie cinemas and concerts and art exhibitions in a way that were once not only unheard of, but actually illegal in the country.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really striking when you look at the demographics of Saudi Arabia that 70% of the population is under the age of 35. And here we're talking about the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who's just turned 40. I mean, do you attribute much of the change in Saudi Arabia to him personally and the fact that he is a leader really quite close in age to his population?
Yeah, absolutely. He marks the generational shift in the leadership, although he's obviously not king yet. I think he eventually will be. All of the other kings of Saudi Arabia have been sons of the founder of Saudi Arabia, and this will be the first grandson of the founder, the first generational shift. And I think part of that, he understands the demographic that he represents. Saudi's a fairly young country, and they have the ambitions of young people. They want to be normal. They want recreation. They want jobs. They want all of those things. And I think he understands that in a really kind of palpable sense.
And Ambassador, President Trump has clearly pulled out all the stops for this visit and rolled out the red carpet. What's your interpretation of what he and the American administration wants out of this visit?
Yeah, so that's a good question, because a lot of what we've read is what Saudi Arabia wants from the United States. But obviously, President Trump has some expectations, too. I think he'll talk about normalization, the prospect of normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, although I don't think that's in the cards right now. I think it's something that President Trump has ambitions for. I think the president has ambitions for large investments from Saudi and elsewhere in the Gulf into the United States. I think some of the numbers I've heard have been enormous in the billions and billions of dollars, and I think he'd like to announce that. And he'd like to announce commercial deals, the prospect of U.S. defense sales to Saudi Arabia, for example. He just mentioned yesterday that the F-35 would be something that would be offered to Saudi Arabia. So I think for him, there's a personal component to it, but also I think he sees this in starkly commercial terms. He sees this as kind of economic opportunity for the United States.
And prior to serving in Riyadh, I gather you were the U.S. chargé d'affaires at the U.S. Embassy in Israel. And I'm wondering how much discussion you expect President Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to have about the Israel-Palestinian issue.
Oh, I don't think it'll be a part of the public discussion, but I think privately, I'm sure they'll talk about it. I'm sure the Saudis, like others in the region, are relieved that, at least for now, we're in a period of ceasefire. And there's a prospect. The UN Security Council resolution passed yesterday authorizing a security force. So there's some forward momentum. And I think for the Saudis, that's all for the good. You know, the Saudis are looking to de-escalate the conflicts in the region so that they can focus on what they're doing internally. And I think that will be part of the discussion with President Trump. I also think the president, as I mentioned, will talk about the prospect of Saudi's relationship with Israel at some point. I think until we're in a better place with respect to Gaza, I don't think the Saudis are going to consider that. But I think in the long term, it still remains a possibility.
And what message do you think Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman brings to Washington in this regard?
I think, you know, their message publicly for a while, and I think that'll be reiterated today, is to really get past where we are in Gaza at this point. The Saudis, and I think other Arabs as well, they want to see the Israeli Defense Forces out of Gaza completely. Right now, they're occupying half of the Strip and still essentially control life there. I think they want to see an end to Israeli military involvement in Gaza. And then politically, they want to see a path forward, at least towards the prospect of a Palestinian state. And that would require an Israeli government commitment in that direction. And at this point, the Israelis haven't been willing to talk about either thing, either a complete withdrawal from Gaza at this point or the prospect of a Palestinian state. And I think the Crown Prince is going to make that clear to the president, that those are the requirements that they've had publicly, and they're reflective of the sentiment in his country and the sentiment throughout the region.
And how much do you think that red line and this insistence on a Palestinian state, to what extent do you think that will shape President Trump's approach to this issue?
I think he knows it. He understands it. I think he'll push. I think in a way it may give him greater incentive to push Netanyahu further on these issues. You know, I think it was through Trump's pressure on Netanyahu that got us to a ceasefire and a hostage release. It got us as far as we've come now in the past couple of weeks. And I think President Trump will see in rather clear terms what's going to be required if they want to move ahead to this prize that he's so anxious for.
And clearly these last 12 months have been 12 months of enormous change in the region from which I'm speaking to you. And one of the things that I think a lot of people found was a real watershed moment for the Gulf in particular was the Israeli strike on Doha in September. And I'm wondering how much of a game changer you think that strike was. What do you think came out of that?
So I think it was a shock to the region, certainly to the Qataris, but also to everyone else in the Gulf, the Emiratis, the Saudis. I think every country of the GCC was shocked to see that happen. And I think it reinforced, in a sense, among some countries, certain doubts about the United States as a reliable security partner. And on the one hand, I think those doubts became clearer. On the other hand, the reaction was not to sort of withdraw from their desire for a stronger security relationship with us. I think what they want is greater clarity in that security relationship with us. I think that's going to be a big part of the discussions today with the Saudis. I think they recognize that their long-term security prospects are best with a strong U.S.-Saudi partnership. I think they're just going to want absolute clarity in that. That's why the Saudis have been pushing for something more than just a defense agreement. They've wanted a mutual defense treaty, something that in our system would require ratification by the U.S. Senate. I don't think that's possible right now, but I think they're going to use this opportunity to press Trump for the strongest possible commitments to Saudi defense.
Now, during the years 2015 to 2017, you served as the U.S. Special Envoy for Syria. Now, that's another country that's had undergone enormous change the last 12 months. And it seems to be very much on the radar of both the US and the Saudi leadership. And I'm wondering why you think Syria is such a focus for those two countries.
So I think for Saudi, it's clear. You know, Saudi Arabia regarded the war in Syria that went on for at least 12 or 13 years is just a losing proposition, right? It was bad for the Syrians. It was bad for the region because it stoked radicalization. It brought, Iranian influence into the region. It triggered population flows. It was all bad. And I think the Saudi approach at this point is just whether or not these conflicts are resolvable is an open question. What they'd like to do is just de-escalate them, eliminate to the extent they can the pernicious effects of these conflicts. And Syria was the best example of that. Even before Assad fell, I think the Saudi objective had just been to de-escalate the conflict and return to some sort of an uncomfortable status quo. With Assad gone, it created a new opportunity. It created risks, obviously, because the gentleman that took over in Syria is somebody with a difficult past. He comes from a jihadi background. There were grave doubts about the direction he would take the country. But I think they saw positive signals from what he was saying and what he was doing. And I think from the Saudi perspective, that's worth taking a chance on. It's better than the alternative, because for them, the alternative is basically chaos. So they took a chance with him. They want to invest in him. They urged President Trump to do the same, and that means opening up the economy, dropping the huge web of sanctions that the U.S. and other countries have put in place, and basically, rather than ostracizing the Ahmadinejad, to at least try to embrace him and move him in the right direction. So I think that's where the Saudis were coming from, and I think that was impressed upon President Trump when he visited Riyadh a few months ago. I don't know whether President Trump came into that with any great preconceptions about Syria. If anything, I think he just wanted nothing to do with it. But I think between his conversations with the Saudi crown prince and probably with the Turkish president as well, he came to the same view, which is engage, let the economy breathe, give this guy a chance.
Okay, and just lastly, I just want to ask you, having served as US ambassador to Saudi Arabia, for any anecdotes, any memories that strike you about the degree to which the country has changed in the last few years? I know you left in January of this year. I expect you've been going to Saudi Arabia for many years. What was most striking about the Saudi Arabia you left behind you in January of this year versus the Saudi Arabia you knew perhaps a decade or so ago?
The biggest change is the one I mentioned a moment ago. They're just the role of women in society. I would sit with Saudi women who were describing to me their experiences, and you would swear they're telling you about the stories about how their mother or their grandmother used to live years and years ago. But that's not the case. These are Saudi women, often in their late 20s, telling you about their experiences in their early 20s. And now you see them embracing these economic opportunities, taking a role in society, being every bit as hardworking and ambitious as anybody in that country. And it's really remarkable. And it actually has nothing to do with how they dress. That's sort of the most superficial thing that people in the United States tend to focus on. It's their role. It's what they're doing. It's where they're working. It's the jobs that they're taking. It's such a palpable change.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, you say that the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been very much a part of that, partly by virtue of the fact he's of the same generation as the majority of the Saudi population. Just lastly, what's the photo opportunity, the big moment that you think perhaps will immortalize this visit in terms of photography?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think there's going to be the Crown Prince and President Trump with very big smiles on their face when they're announcing something. And I don't know whether it's going to be in the area of artificial intelligence or defense or energy or any of the things that they're doing. I think that sort of personal rapport that the two of them have will come through loud and clear.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Michael Ratney, former US ambassador to Saudi Arabia. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks for the invitation.
Well, let's get more now. We're joined by Dr. Amr Fakhoury, who is a professor of international law at the American University in the Emirates. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
Thank you for having me here today. Thank you.
As we've been saying, red carpet treatment for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, President Trump calling Saudi Arabia a great ally.
That's right.
What are your observations about the US-Saudi relationship?
That's right. Well, actually, this is very important and significant visit for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to the United States. This visit, I think, should be seen as a continuation to President Trump's earlier visit to the Middle East and his particular meeting in Riyadh back in May. So that visit was a turning point. It opened the gate for a bilateral relation between the two capitals. And now the visit of His Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to the state, it comes as a follow-up to that important meeting. It aims to translate the promises and understanding that held at Riyadh into concrete action. In other words, what has been held in Riyadh at that time will be now moved to Washington in order to create concrete relationship between two countries and in order to have more roadmap between the two capitals.
Right, so we're almost exactly 6 months, aren't we, since their meeting in Riyadh. And clearly the personalities of the two men in question play a part here. President Trump, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. How do you think their personalities drive and shape the relationship?
Actually, this is a very interesting question. Actually, the relation between the two capitals, it's very strong, and these capitals should take into consideration also the moment, actually, because the moment that the moment it's very sensitive and it's very, very special. And, actually, since the relation between the two leaders are very strong, so that will help the region in order to build more concrete action for the region. I believe that our region is going through big changes, either in Yemen, in Palestine, in Syria, in Lebanon, and even for the countries who decided to repositioning themselves after the recent conflict. So the relation between the two leaders actually will help actually in order to shape the relation in the Middle East and in order to have more peace, more security, more prosperity, more development for the countries. So since we are talking about the timing is very important. So I think now the two leaders, they decided to open the gate for a new era of collaboration. The agenda of the meeting, it's very, very vast. They will not talk only about politics. They will talk about different subjects. They will talk about energy. They will talk about investment. They will talk about AI. They will talk about the challenges at the Middle East. So and how to limit the influence of some countries, especially Iran.
Sure. I mean, we'll come on to some of those points in a moment, but I just want to pick up on what you were saying there, which is essentially, if this relationship between Washington and Riyadh is strong,
right,
you're saying it's going to have a repercussion beyond Saudi Arabia, but across the whole region.
No doubt. Actually, the leaders today will not talk about only the bilateral relation. They will also cover some other aspects in the region, especially the challenges and the changing in the Middle East. Actually, it's very important that the two leaders be on the same page, and this is very important idea, and be sure that their collaboration and their partnership remains strong and well coordinated. So I think there is very interesting message behind this visit, which is Saudi Arabia is not only a regional power; it's also a global player that ready to work with ready to work with the American administration, either Republican or Democratic. Either they are ready to work with all in order to promote, as I mentioned, prosperity and peace for not only for the GCC country but also to the Middle East. No doubt. Two leaders will discuss some regional topics, such as how to work together in order to limit the influence of Iran in the region without opening the door for a new conflict, because as we all aware that Saudi Arabia, they want stability. They don't want confrontation with us. They want to keep the diplomatic channels open with everyone. So this is a very important topic that they will discuss, how to limit the Iranian influence to the region. So we should not also forget that there is, our region is too hot, and the peace process in the Middle East, it's very complicated. So for that reason, they will discuss this difficult topic, which is the peace process, and how to deal also with the Iranian influence, how to deal with the reconstruction of Gaza, how to deal with the reconstruction in Syria, and even maybe the humanitarian crisis in Yemen. So both leaders will not only talk about bilateral relation, they will talk for sure about the regional topic that it seems that they will shape the future of their relationship.
Yeah, and just going back to what we were saying at the beginning about how this is the follow-up,
right,
6 months on from the Riyadh meeting, at which we saw the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Shara, really being embraced by President Donald Trump, bringing Syria out of Iran and Russia's sphere of influence, and very much into Saudi Arabia and America's. I mean, that's a key and significant diplomatic achievement, isn't it, for Riyadh and Washington?
Exactly. Actually, Syria will be at the heart of this meeting. You know that Syria, during the last 14 years, passed from civil war. Now they are going to stability, and Saudi Arabia played very important role and constructive role in order to open the gate for Syria to join the international community, to join the Arab League, to join the United Nations. Again, you know that Syria, for more than 50 years, it was suspended from international relations. Now the door is open because of the influence and the relationship between Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the leaders in Saudi Arabia with Americans. No doubt that this is a very positive advantage for Syria and for the region in general. I think now we can observe that Syria they joined the international community because of that kind of influence made by His Highness Crown Prince.
Yeah, and last week we were talking about President Bashar's visit to Washington on this channel.
That's it.
And of course, that being a product of the talks that happened in Riyadh back in May. And when we were having that conversation and analysing that situation, some of our commentators said to us that a stable Syria meant a stable region. Do you agree with that?
100%. Stable Syria means a stable region. You know, Syria now, they are facing very big challenges. And one of the challenges that Syria are facing right now, it's international economic sanction made either by the United Nations or by the American administration. And back in May, we remember that American president, he decided to remove all the economic sanctions. But, you know, one of the economic sanctions called Caesar Act. And Caesar Act, you know, this is very tough and severe economic action sanction against Syria, and unfortunately it's not only by executive order will be removed. We need the intervention of American Congress, you know, because this law has been established by the Congress, so the Congress should remove this sanction. And I think I think Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman will discuss with the American leader about how to work together in order to remove all kinds of sanctions, especially the Caesar Act, because without removing Caesar Act, actually joining the international community by Syria, I think it would be very, very, very difficult. The most important thing is to solve the economic problem, and this is one of the topics that I believe will be on the table between the two leaders.
Okay, and another thing that's really changed the dynamic in this region was the Israeli airstrike on Doha back in September.
Right.
How much of a shock was that, do you think, for the Gulf region? And how do you think that's changed perceptions about regional security and perhaps something that will be discussed again between President Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman?
Yes, exactly. Actually, after the aggression made by Israel against Doha, let me first of all clarify this is a clear violation of international law, clear violation of the United Nations Charter, and a clear violation of international norm. It's a clear aggression. We cannot say more than this. It's a clear violation. And we remember that there is a discussion between American leader and the Emir of Qatar about this aggression, and later we received that message that it seemed that there is a clear excuse from the Israeli for the Qatari about this aggression. You know that one of the topics that will be discussed at the American summit today, Saudi American summit, will be about the military collaboration between the two leaders. The military collaboration in terms of fighting terrorism, in terms to bringing peace to the region, in terms of fighting even cyber threat. So military collaboration, military defense between two leaders will be one of the topics that will be discussed by the two leaders. And it seems that the Saudi Arabia, they want something similar to the agreement that has been signed between Qatari and American, a kind of collaboration. I don't want to reach to the point like Article 5 from NATO. You know, Article 5, it's a collective defense. I don't think we would reach to this point, but however, I think that the military collaboration between two countries will go further, and I think they will sign something similar to the agreement or a treaty that was signed between Qatari and Americans.
And ahead of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's visit to Washington, President Trump announced that, yes, indeed, we will be selling, he said, F-35 fighter jets to Saudi Arabia. And until now, Israel's been the only country in the Middle East to have those F-35s. How significant is this?
Yeah, you know that when we are talking, when we're about talk about this kind of airplanes, this is very strong and airplanes, and the only country in the region that have this or possess this kind of airplanes is Israel. So we need to balance between we need kind of balance in the region, and buying this kind of aircraft to Saudi Arabia, I think that will help in order to make a balance in the region. I know that this needs the approval from the Congress, not only from the American administration, because this is a legal question, because usually buying this kind of aircraft needs the approval of the Congress. And we should not forget that previously there is a very important law signed by the Congress, gives the priority for Israeli in order to have this kind of weapons, if you may say that. So this kind of aircraft will maybe balance the situation in the Middle East. Maybe that will bring stability, I think, to the region.
One of the points you were making earlier, discussions about the situation in Gaza, Saudi Arabia's position on a future Palestinian state.
Yes.
President Trump is expected to somehow address this issue of broadening the Abraham Accords.
That's right.
And seeking Saudi Arabia's normalization of ties with Israel.
That's right.
But Saudi Arabia seems to be saying not yet. Why?
Okay, let me clarify regarding the peace process first of all. Actually, Saudi Arabia played a very important role in order to push and to bring stability in the Middle East, and they also supported the Palestinian cause to create their country. And we remember all the efforts made by Saudi Arabia while they decided, in collaboration with France, to hold very important conference, if you remember, held at the umbrella of the United Nations. United Nations, the organization that is his main or their duty is to maintain international peace and security. So after this conference, the message of that conference was clearly creating two states. State is the living side by side, Israeli state and Palestinian state is the only viable and way in order to have comprehensive and lasting peace in the Middle East. And I know that the Americans, Saudi Arabia wants to join the Abraham Accord, and even the American president himself, he said that they want Saudi Arabia to join Abraham Accord. But let me clarify that Saudi Arabia is not against Abraham Accord. They want to join peace because they want to build peace. But building peace in these conditions actually seems, till now, it's a little bit complicated. Why? Because Saudi Arabia, they clearly said that in order to join Abraham Accord, there is precondition, which is the creation of viable Palestinian state living side by side with the Israeli. But till now, I don't think this condition is met. Why? Because if we observe the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who said clearly, who objected clearly the creation of Palestinian state, that gives us the impression that this condition, which is requested by Saudi Arabia to create the Palestinian state, is not met till now. That gives us the impression that this is not the correct time to join maybe by Saudi the Abraham Accord, while they are not against the Abraham Accord. They want peace. They want to build peace. But since we are talking about Middle East, and we should not forget the efforts made by Saudi Arabia at that important conference. As a result of that conference, if you remember, there is many international leaders and countries such as big power, such as France and UK. Those countries are permanent members of Security Council, and they decided to move forward and to recognize the Palestinian state, and and also other countries they decided to join. So, in my view, I think the outcomes of that conference will be taken into consideration. The outcomes of the conference held at the United Nations with the support of Saudi will be one of the conditions in order to join Abraham Accord.
And how much do you think this position of Saudi Arabia on a future Palestinian state, a very clear position they have, how much do you think that's shaped US policy now towards finding a durable solution?
You know that Americans, they know clearly that the Saudi Arabia plays a very important role in the region, and if Saudi Arabia decided to join Abraham Accord, all the other countries seems will join the accord. So no doubt that the relation between the two leaders will solve this issue. I don't know exactly the time. This is impossible to mention right now, but I know that Saudi Arabia and especially American president knows exactly that the influence of Saudi Arabia in the Middle East in order to shape the relation, in order to shape the region in general, plays very important role. So I think that American they relies on Saudi to join the Abraham Accord, but at the same time they know exactly their position. They know exactly that there is a precondition that should be met, which is the creation of Palestinian state, viable, living side by side with the Israeli, in order to build comprehensive and lasting peace in the Middle East.
And just lastly, clearly some big deals are expected during the course of this visit. We've touched on a couple of them, obviously energy, tech, AI, defense. What are the big deals you're going to be looking out for?
Right, exactly. This is one of the topics that will be discussed by the two leaders, economy and energy and even investment. You know that Saudi Arabia, there is a clear vision for Saudi Arabia, which is 2030. This vision 2030 the idea of this vision is to reduce dependence on oil and diversify the economy. So for that reason, Saudi Arabia will invest heavily in this summit in order to bring the most important high-tech technology and in order to diversify economy based on this Vision 2030. So if we follow the news, the second day of the summit, there is another important forum will be held between the Saudi and American. This forum actually organized by Ministry of Investment and in collaboration with Saudi American Council. This forum will be a very important place in order to sign agreements with the American companies that will join the ambition of Saudi Arabia in order to diversify their economy, in order to attract the most important companies in terms of AI, in terms of security, in terms of economy and even energy. And since we are talking about energy, we should not forget that Saudi Arabia now, and since they want to diversify their economy, they are very interesting to have peaceful nuclear program. This program will help Saudi to diversify their economy and to take advantage from nuclear power. You know that Saudi Arabia is part of NPT, which is Non-Proliferation Treaty, which underscores every single state to use nuclear power for peaceful purposes. And I think this subject will be examined by the two leaders.
Okay, so clearly lots of things under discussion there.
That's right.
The two leaders. We're going to have to leave it there, we're out of time, but really appreciate you coming to see us. Dr. Amar Fakhri, Professor of International Law at the American University in the Emirates. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for you, sir.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashian, who is a lecturer of international relations at Naif Arab University. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. This is clearly a full red carpet welcome sort of a visit. There's a flyby, there's going to be cannon fire, a gala dinner. What does that tell us, do you think, about the state of relations between Riyadh and Washington?
Well, firstly, thank you very much for having me. It's a great honor to join you again. I think it really speaks to two things. I think it speaks to the strategic depth that both Saudi Arabia and the United States have with each other. I think they realize, notwithstanding the multipolarization of the world that's happening, and even at sometimes the doubt that people may have regarding, I think, the commitments that the United States have, or the United States has, it speaks, I think, to the fact that at the end of the day, both see each other as strategic partners. Now, in this case, there may be a question of elevating this relationship really from a strategic partnership to a strategic alliance. And I think, in my opinion, the pomp and the ceremony is probably something that is reciprocated time and again. I think both characters are huge characters, and both, therefore I think this is something they both see that is very befitting to each other and befitting to the moment in Saudi American relations. I think it's an interesting milestone that they've both reached.
Yeah, and this is really the follow-up, isn't it, to the meeting that happened in May. And in fact, you and I discussed the visit to Riyadh of President Trump. Now, during this visit by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, there are expected to be a series of agreements, and President Trump has already teased the F-35 stealth fighter jets. What are you going to be looking out for?
Well, I think, firstly, I just maybe a few words on why I think it's on how quick this follow-up is. In my opinion, I think for the Saudi ruling elite, they realize that it's best to follow up on some of these deals, on the momentum that was built on the previous meeting in Riyadh as quick as possible, because they want to make sure to get a lot of the deals as they can, or as many deals as they can, over the line. And because they also sense that there's opportunities that they have with Trump that they probably won't have with others, which is basically, and this now leads directly to your question, which is basically, I'm really looking at the nexus of business and tech. For me, I think this is something that I think MBS finds incredibly strategic for them, especially obtaining chips that probably was a bit more difficult to obtain in the previous administration, or maybe in a subsequent administration. The other thing I'm really looking at is what kind of defense relationship are we going to see? Are we going to see an alliance? Are we going to see a consolidation of military relations or not? So I think, Donald Trump mentioned that the F-35s will be sold. It's going to depend what kind of F-35s and what are the prerequisites and the conditions. But the fact that I think he said it will be sold suggests there's momentum. And I think it's too costly to with kind of back down from it. The other thing also is, I think, nuclear energy. And in my opinion, I think that's probably the most sensitive aspect out of all of these things. This is something that I anticipate will reach a particular development in the relationship, or let me say it this way: it will probably shorten the gap, this visit, but I don't think it will reach what Saudis really want, because what the Saudis really want is more flexibility when it comes to enriching uranium and also exporting uranium. So this is something I think that, this meeting, this summit, in my opinion, could be a milestone, a facilitatory step, rather than a culmination of Saudi-American relations. So I think, for me, that's the thing that I'm really looking at most.
Sure. So, I mean, clearly both sides stand to gain. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. I want to ask you about something that's happened since we last spoke, which was the Israeli airstrike on Qatar. And I'm wondering how you think that has shifted the perception of security on the Arabian Peninsula, notably in the minds of people in Riyadh.
Yeah. Well, I have to say there were two things that shifted the notions of security since we last spoke in May. Firstly, the Iran-Israel war. The Iran-Israel war has illustrated the fact that, listen, we've seen the dangers of both states, both Iran and Israel, and what they could do. Not only that, what makes it even far more dangerous, I think, for the GCC and Saudi Arabia in particular also, is the fact that we are basically on the front lines of two other people's wars. And this really makes the situation even more, the security landscape for Saudi to be even more complicated, not even dangerous, but even very, very complicated. So that's one thing. And that really has changed the security perception. But I think your point is right when it comes to the attack on Doha, the Israeli attack on Doha. That has significantly changed the security perception regarding Israel. It is now clear for many people in the region and in Saudi Arabia, and let me just say this, for the youth as well, for Saudi youth, and I'll come to why that is important, for the Saudi youth to say that, listen, the new security threat now is Israel. And look at how astonishing that change was. Once it was a potential ally, now it's all of a sudden the security threat. And I think really Israel really takes, the Netanyahu regime is the one that really takes, is at fault for this, because not only did they say or do these attacks and conduct these attacks on Doha, but they also put a warning out and said, listen, this is to everybody. This is a message to everyone in the region. And so I think this speaks to how far there is of an understanding between Saudi Arabia and Israel when it comes to matters of security. Because a lot of the times people say, well, they're actually joined in the hip. And that's complete nonsense. There's a great deal of insecurity in between that relationship, in between Israel and the region. So the security threat in the region, the security perception has significantly changed. And this is something that makes the notion of normalization even more unlikely.
Right, because, I mean, Saudi Arabia has been pretty clear that, I mean, normalization is not going to happen yet. And I'm wondering why you think not yet.
Well, for, I think, 3 reasons. In my opinion, firstly, I would say the domestic public opinion in Saudi. It's domestic public opinion in Saudi, especially when it comes to the youth, is very much hostile towards any notion of normalization. In my opinion, the fact that normalization is treated, quite frankly, as a derogatory term. You know, the term mutabbi' or tatbi' is used as a curse. It's derogatory. That's how bad the situation has become. Moreover, I think the Israeli government has gone time and again to make it very clear that they will not concede anything towards a Palestinian state. And this is to do with their own domestic politics and their own silly season and their own rhetoric towards their own bases. But also on the United States front, in order for Saudi Arabia, based on what the logic of normalization would be when it comes to Saudi Arabia and Israel, Saudi Arabia requires things from the United States, and that requires a treaty. And that treaty requires 67 votes in the Senate. And this means that there has to be a more amicable political landscape in the United States. And that is just not there whatsoever. It's very, very difficult. And next year, we're going to go into midterms, which means that the Democrats will be most likely in control of the Senate. And so I think the whole political dynamics is just very difficult. The last point is the following. I think the fact that Israel has been going on striking at will what it wanted suggests that if there is any discussions of normalization, it's bullied into normalization. It's from a point of vulnerability rather than a point of weakness, and that's something that no one could afford to even talk about. So just the environment is not there, and I will just say this way: for normalization to happen, loads of stars need to be aligned, and now some of these stars are not even in the same galaxy. So it's just very difficult to see normalization happening in the near future.
Just changing the subject slightly and moving away from the issue of normalization of ties with Israel. I was just reading one Saudi commentator. I don't know if you're aware of his work, Abdulrahman al-Rashid. He writes in the Saudi daily Al-Sharq al-Awasat. He said, quote, "It's not an exaggeration to say that the success of Saudi-American relations will have a big impact on the region's stability and prosperity." Do you agree with that? And why do you think this relationship is so pivotal to the whole region's prosperity?
Well, I think it comes to the notion of Saudi Arabia's size. It's sheer size. And, other countries have visions, and other countries have also projects, and they're no less important. But, Saudi Arabia is the biggest country in the region. And as a result, its survivability and its prosperity has more resonance and has more reverberations than probably other countries would. As a Saudi, I don't like to enter into this whole size game because, countries, it's not about the size. It's about, the will, and it's about kind of, more than that. It's about, efficiency, etc. But what I will say is that in this case, size does matter. And so when a country like the United States is investing in Saudi Arabia, and when you have the international superpower, albeit competing superpower, with a regional superpower, this is now important for, I think, the security of the region, because I think the security of the region now is more interconnected to international security. And so it really is a web of an interconnectivity of real security, international security, and a convergence of international security and regional security with also national security. So it really is, a lot has to do with the size, a lot has to do with really the region and the role and the function that it's playing in an ever multipolarizing world, and in a multipolarizing region that many poles around the world are competing towards or competing in, and also competing with. And so stability is of the essence. And the last point I would say about this is we're beginning to see prosperity and security become very overlapped. I mean, this is something that hasn't been there in the region and before. I mean, at times, I think the security rhetoric and the economic rhetoric were probably, you could see daylight between them. Now, I think it's just inextricably tied. And therefore, prosperity must have security, and vice versa.
Yeah, and just while we're talking about prosperity and the Saudi economy, it's changed immeasurably as an economy over the last decade. I'd just like to ask you, as a Saudi, why is this change necessary, and what's the most significant change, economically speaking, that you've witnessed during the course of the last decade?
Well, for me, I mean, in the last decade, half of that decade, I was abroad. I was living in the UK, and even probably a decade before that even. But, so I spent a great deal of time outside Saudi. And every time I visited, every few months, you could see a change happening. And it's very interesting to see, because there was an uptick in this change. Now, I think you could see the change even when you're in Saudi. For me, I think just the exposure and the fact that I think many people that visit Saudi, even people that I never thought would visit Saudi, are visiting Saudi. And this is due to the openness, I think, of Saudi. This is due to a lot of the festivals and a lot of the things that probably the previous generation in Saudi probably did not pay too much attention to, or maybe undermined the impact of that. But these are machines, vehicles of trying to make sure Saudi Arabia is opening up, and actually, bringing in a great deal of people from abroad to Saudi Arabia. So I think for me personally, the exposure that Saudi Arabia has, and the fact that the tourism that I see, for me it's very interesting, and the ease of which people could go into Saudi now. Time and again, people are saying, I'd love to go to Saudi. And before I'd say, yeah, you could come to Saudi. And I was like, in my mind, I'm saying, good luck. Try to find the paperwork that you need. Now, this is less of an obstacle. And so personally, amongst other things, this is the thing that stood out the most.
Right. And what you're saying makes me think about the talks in Washington. We've got that forum, that US-Saudi business forum tomorrow. I mean, this diversification of the Saudi economy surely means great opportunities for US investors.
Absolutely. And not only this, in my opinion, I think it's one thing to have, investors say Saudi is open for business. It's another thing, in my opinion, that American investors say it is open for business. And that's just the reality, and that's clear. And this is something that I, recently wrote about, and said this, how Saudi views the United States. And I think the way I put it was, it viewed it in an asymmetric multipolar world. And what I meant by that was that, yes, there are options out there, but it still seems to view the United States as its main preference. And so, the United States is the biggest economy still. As the saying goes, if they sneeze, everybody else catches a cold. And I think, notwithstanding the fact that there are options and the landscape is changing and there are, diversification, there seems to be something far more prominent when it's investment from the United States. And I think this is something that not only is it just because of the tech and know-how, but this is a result also of a great deal of investment in soft power in the decades prior. So we're seeing a continuation of how previous policies of scholarships, of cooperation, of students mostly going to the United States, coming back, to Saudi Arabia, and bringing with them kind of a different worldview. And I have to say, as someone who was, brought up here, in the late 90s and early 2000s, I could see how a great deal of Saudi society has evolved in their worldview. They've become more worldly. Okay, there's still many aspects and pockets of conservatism here and there. This also has to be part of the story. But there is a contingency that is different. And I think that makes the economic cooperation, the tech cooperation, more, I think it makes it easier to gel more.
Sure, and and that tech really ties in as well with the fact we're talking here, aren't we, about a very young population. I haven't got the figure in front of me. I think it's 70%, that's right, 70% of the Saudi population under the age of 35. And there it is with a leader who's in Washington who is only just 40. I'm talking, of course, about Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. So that's all very coherent. I just want to ask you lastly, I mean, obviously, we're talking today about Saudi-US relations, but there are other powers out there. There are other superpowers out there, China, Russia. Can Saudi have three friends in the form of the United States, Russia, China, or does it have to choose?
It's a very important question. And it's a question that is always asked, and it's been being asked for decades. Saudi certainly doesn't have to choose. But Saudi probably previously needed to choose. And that was just not because of Saudi. I think that was just the result of the international landscape. Now things have changed, and the international landscape has changed. And I think this is not only the opportunity, but for me, I think it's also the challenge that Saudi has now. The challenge to really begin to manage this diversification. And I think so far they are doing this. They are managing this, but I think there is room to improve, quite frankly. I think there's aspects of trying to manage this diversification. And one of them, for me, in my opinion, is obtaining an alliance in the United States. Why? Because I think seeking an alliance in the United States speaks to some of the anxieties that people have inside Washington, D.C. by saying, listen, you may be going abroad or you may be going out elsewhere. And in fact, I think the timing is very interesting because the Saudi Arabia the Saudi ruling elite choosing to seek an alliance when there is universal doubt of American reliability says, listen, we're still choosing you. And we're still trying to, you are our preference. We still want to work with you first. But first doesn't mean only. And I think there are also structural issues in the United States that lead to delays, for example, military procurement. And so right now, if there is military delays or military procurement delays or whatever kind of delays or bureaucracy or complications inside Washington, D.C. for anything, Saudis already have a great deal of options. So for Saudi, I think they've positioned themselves in a win-win situation. And this is part of the whole balancing act that they need to do it. In my opinion, I think they just need to, we all need to be more, I think, proactive on the discursive aspect by saying, that it is a win-win situation. And we all, our lens is a win-win situation, and not really a zero-sum situation.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure. Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashian, a lecturer of international relations at Naif Arab University. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
My pleasure. Good to join you.
We're joined now by Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mick. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. We're talking obviously today about Saudi-US relations in light of the visit to Washington by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The ties go back about a century, and I just wanted to start by asking you how important you think Washington views this relationship with Saudi Arabia as being.
Good to be with you again, Tom. Very important. This has a potential to be a very consequential meeting today on a variety of topics, both for the interests of Saudi Arabia, the interests of the United States, the interests of the region, of course, being the Middle East, and for the relationship going ahead with both countries. There's going to be topics on economics, diplomacy, and of course, security is what we expect today.
Okay, we're expecting some big deals as well. We'll come on to those. Let's start by looking through the US lens. What do you think Washington wants to obtain from this visit?
Well, it's clear the White House has put a lot of effort into their 20-point plan for Gaza. That requires the contributions of many countries, both for this international stabilization force that was essentially approved yesterday in the United Nations, but also the reconstruction, which will require a substantial amount of funds to do so. And that is likely going to really rely heavily on Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. So I think for the president's plan to get a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and to move ahead with stabilizing the region, Saudi Arabia is a big player with that. Also, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, which the president has put a lot of stock in. Saudi Arabia would not only be a very consequential new join, but they would likely open the way for many other countries to join as well.
Do you think that's likely to happen anytime soon?
I don't think it's likely to happen today. I think the discussions, of course, are going to be continued. They've already started. Saudi Arabia is likely to ask for things like a clear path and a clear commitment to a Palestinian state before they would agree to normalize relationships with Israel. I think they'll also be talking about really asking the U.S. to do more to end the conflict in Sudan, which has caused the most significant humanitarian crisis in the world right now. So there's going to be several asks, I think, from Saudi Arabia to the United States if they're going to normalize relationship with Israel. But that's likely what's going to be discussed today because there's a lot of benefits the U.S. could provide to Saudi Arabia as well.
Right, and they've had a joint diplomatic win, Saudi Arabia and the United States, during these last few months in the form of Syria. And only last week, the relatively new president of Syria was in Washington and was playing basketball with US officials. And we were talking about that on this channel. Why do you think Saudi Arabia and the United States were so keen to get that relationship right with the new leadership in Syria?
Well, Tom, I mean, obviously, Syria saw an extensive, long, very bloody and destructive civil war. The new president, although he's an interim president, is saying all the right things when it comes to essentially focusing inward on the development of his own country and the prosperity of his own people, all people in Syria, and less on, obviously allowing Iran and Russia to have a platform in Syria like the Assad regime. So there's a lot of benefits for the United States to make sure that the interim government succeeds in Syria, but also for the region. Israel, of course, would not have to be so concerned about what is Iran doing in Syria if they were excluded from Syria. And Saudi would like to see that as well. They, I think, pushed President Trump to meet with al-Shura in the White House, and that happened. And I think they will be very much supporters of the further development of Syria, which could be very important, not just for security, but there's things such as the pipeline that could come out of the Middle East and go to Europe, would have to go through Syria, a gas pipeline that would help Europe come off of Russian energy, for example, huge economic benefits to the region to include Syria. There's a lot to discuss between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia on the future of Syria that's really would benefit not only the people of Syria, but the region's stability.
Yeah, another thing that might have changed perceptions about the region's stability was the Israeli strike on Qatar in September of this year. I'm wondering how much of a game changer you think that was to perceptions on the Arabian Peninsula about security.
I think that was a very significant event for not only the views in the region toward Israel's willingness to strike. In that case, it was the negotiation team for Hamas, which was there at the request of those pushing for a ceasefire, to include the United States. In fact, it was the U.S. proposal that was being considered by Hamas when they were targeted. And I think it really sent a shockwave not only to the leadership in Qatar, of course, but around the region, and likely led to this above major non-NATO allied status defense cooperation agreement between the United States and Qatar that is very unique, not just in the region, but around the world, without an actual treaty. And I think that that sparked an interest in Saudi Arabia to get something similar. And by all reports, they're going to ask the United States for something similar to this language, which is very similar to the language of Article 5 in the NATO treaty, to be given to them as well. And that might be a big, big carrot for Saudi Arabia to do things like actively consider joining the Abraham Accords in support for reconstruction in Gaza.
And actually, Mick, just looking back on what's happened the last couple of months, it wasn't long after the Israeli strike on Doha that Saudi Arabia signed a defense deal with Pakistan. And I was wondering how you think that was interpreted by Washington. Do you think Saudi Arabia was perhaps sending out a message?
Quite possible. There's been a lot of concern by our partners and allies about the way the U.S. now views even historical treaties like NATO and like the treaties we have in the far Indo-Pacific. And I think they looked to Pakistan, obviously a nuclear-capable, nuclear country, as a clear defense mechanism for themselves. That might have sent a message to Washington. Certainly the message that Qatar said clearly is we're going to need some serious guarantees if we're going to continue hosting your largest U.S. airbase in the Middle East in Al Udeid. And we're going to be targeted not only by Israel, but by Iran. If you remember, that was the case as well. And I think Saudi Arabia wants to see the same level of commitment. And based on all the requests that the United States and, of course, the historical ties between the U.S. and Saudi, it's likely to happen. But that, of course, is going to cause a domino effect. And other good partners in the region are going to look for that as well.
Okay, and just lastly, there is a 1,000-strong Saudi delegation now in Washington. And there is, of course, this summit tomorrow, this business forum, the US-Saudi Business Forum. What sort of deals, I mean, in what sorts of sectors will you be looking out for most, Mick?
I think it's going to be across the spectrum, really. Certainly in the high tech and the AI industry, there's a lot of discussion on that, of course, plays across all levels of economics and security. There'll be a discussion, of course, on the desire of Saudi Arabia to purchase, I think it's 48 F-35s. That would be the first non-Israeli country in the Middle East to get that, of course. There'll be a lot of discussion on from the defense industry on what else Saudi would be interested in purchasing. It's really going to be a substantial event. And I imagine people from across the spectrum of business are going to be there and trying to, again, further the economic ties between the kingdom and the United States.
And what about those F-35 fighter jets that President Trump said will be sold now to Saudi Arabia? How significant would that be?
So I think it will be a very significant decision. He said yesterday in questions in the Oval Office, unrelated to this event, but after another event, that he had decided to sell these F-35s to Saudi Arabia. So if that's the case, there is something called essentially requiring the United States to ensure the qualitative military edge of Israel in any decisions when it comes to defense assistance overseas. So this has to be viewed in that light. It's a self-imposed law, of course, on the United States. But I think they've already made that determination if the president's announcing that the sale is going to happen. So it will be controversial to some in the Senate, and there's certain ways they can put holds on it. But right now, at least from the executive branch of the United States, it looks like it's cleared to happen, which will be a significant advantage for Saudi Arabia and largely cause other countries, again, just like the security pact itself, to start asking the United States, why not us, such as the UAE, for example.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Really appreciate you speaking to us. Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Because, you know, who Naz was to his community, you know, the Muslim community, the Middle Eastern community, and how it was important to me. You know, I'm mixed race and I'm from the same neighborhood, and I felt very, you know, represented by Naz growing up. I also thought it was important to make the film simply because it's just so unique.
Oh, that was a solid shot from heaven. It's a knockout! Oh, my God!
Rowan was so generous on set. He really trusted me with bringing Riyadh to life. And it's always a challenge when you're bringing a real person to life, someone who's existed in the world before.
To be honest, when I first saw the script, I was a bit sceptical because it seemed a bit sketchy, but obviously he had it in his head how it was going to work out. And Rowan did a fantastic job of stitching it all together.
He's a brilliant director, you know, very welcoming, nice, positive. I had a brilliant experience with him, and I hope he has many more big movies in the future.
Children, they are having trouble at school.
How did you get that colour on your lip?
See when you got that bent nose.
It was like working with a friend. He is so approachable, so about the work. He was joyous and he was really generous with his time.
Brendan, it's Frank Warren.
Boxing's no longer for old men in suits.
My favourite scene to shoot was actually the one with Pierce. It's post-arena fight in 2002, I think. And it's when I hand him the letter to say that you're out.
There's a few different scenes, you know, that I love shooting. One is when adult Naz challenges Brendan to a fight.
Probably the one where I got to say when you got that bent nose, because it's really funny and yeah.
I think I'll have to go with the scene where I'm actually fighting in the scene and I knock him out. That's my favourite moment.
You shouldn't take credit for my success.
The two of you, it feels like you're drifting apart.
Everybody's like, you know, patting each other on the back and everyone's like shaking hands. And I don't know, you know, it sounds cheesy, but there's real team effort to it.
دلوقتي الموضوع بقى أصعب إنك تنقي دور كويس ودور صح والورق والفريق العمل يكون كويس.
Follow the thing that you really want to follow and hold close the people that want to support you and take you there.
Let's tear it up.
Hamed has done it! The Prince is champion of the world!
Who's more important, the trainer or the fighter?
Such a pleasure to talk to you about this film. How exciting was it to take on this project?
Well, it was exciting. It was daunting, challenging, because it's a genre in which there are a lot of musical films, as you know. So I think a lot of people come in with expectations of what they might see, what they want to see. And then I know that Bruce Springsteen, a lot of people have ownership over Bruce. So they want to see maybe a version of a film that they have in their mind. And I hope that they come to one that they find this is very unexpected.
The minute they said film and somebody was going to have to portray me, I immediately thought of Jeremy. There was some sort of physical resemblance, some sort of the way he carried himself. And then there was the way the camera read his internal life. That was really essential. I just said, this is the guy, you know, I didn't have number two.
Let's talk about Jeremy Allen White and the moment where you felt that he could, I mean, for him, it must be such a huge pressure to, you know, to embody a living icon, basically. But for you, when was the moment where you thought, okay, no, this will work?
Well, I knew that Jeremy could embody the spirit of Bruce and the essence
performance ability.
Yes. His emotional truth.
Yes.
But it wasn't until we started really working on the performance, the singing, that I thought, oh, wow, this is going to be great.
Everybody has their own idea of Bruce Springsteen. He's such a legend. So taking on the role, there was a big leap of faith. But once I knew I had Bruce's blessing, that gave me the confidence to go on the journey. Let's try one.
And it's a movie, it's not a documentary. I mean, we have to say that there are facts in real life that are not in the film and vice versa. How important was it to detach it and make him a character versus only him?
Well, when you make a film about Bruce Springsteen, America's most authentic artist, it has to be incredibly realistic. And most everything that happens in the film really happened. The only invention is the character of Faye, his love.
Yes. She's a concoction of probably.
Yeah, she's an amalgamation of a few women. So the film hews very closely to fact in almost every regard, including the final scene of the film.
Trying to find some real in all the noise.
You always do.
Let's speak about Odessa, who portrays Faye. Let's speak about Jeremy Strong, who's always amazing in everything he does, and he plays another legend, John Landau. So how easy or difficult was it to find the right people for the right characters?
Well, you always want to start with, is there a physical resemblance? Now, with Faye, I had something in mind where I wanted someone who felt real, approachable, felt like a Jersey girl. Jeremy Strong is a longtime pal of mine. I knew the type of research and specific detail work he would do as John Landau. And I think he gives, for me, maybe his best performance because it comes from a very rich interior place and not exterior work.
Yeah, and those two, you know, John and Bruce, are the complete opposite of what you would expect of, you know, big rock star and their manager. I love how, you know, they're so normal and loving and simple and still interesting. Don't you agree?
And that's what makes them so human. In America, we say, don't meet your heroes for fear of
disappointment.
Not so with Bruce Springsteen. He exceeded my expectations in every regard.
Thank you, Scott, so much. Congrats on the film.
Oh, thank you so much.
Something about Bruce that even if you're a fan, you might not have known. There's a lot in this film to enjoy. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Wow.
I actually felt there was some kind of responsibility because people can still hear his voice on the audiobooks, and he's still very much an important figure to children because they still read Charlotte's Web and Stuart Little. So that was important to me. I wanted to find out who he was, and this wonderful script that we had allowed me to play the script but also be true to who he was. You know, it wasn't like the script went off in a different direction. Robert's script was Robert obviously loves E.B. White, and that's why he put him in the movie.
It's really someone else's success. Richard Rodgers in Oklahoma, and Lorenz Hart's kind of it's sort of like he's at the wedding of your ex. You know, it's like, what are you doing here? And my tagline for the movie was forgotten but not gone. So it's kind of a perverse idea, but the movie's funny too, about someone who's being left behind. The whole thing's kind of based on a real time and place and real characters, but it's all kind of a flight of fancy too. We're imagining a lot and trying to tell an entertaining story.
It's completely wonderful. You know, it's very important that we were able to create that dynamic of people who know each other extremely well, love each other and have a little bit of tension with each other, and just completely intertwined with each other. Ethan is a completely wonderful actor, and it's an extraordinary performance, and so I was just honoured to be able to act with him. His movies with Rick are incredible, and I was just thrilled to be asked to be part of the team, you know.
Well, I don't think any other director would have even thought of me for this part. Something that the movie's kind of born out of friendship. The screenplay's written by an old friend of Richard's, and he sent an early draft to me, and I got really fired up about it. And I think he's the only person in the world that would know how much I would love playing this part. Really what I did is I just listened to as much of his music as I could. His lyrics are so beautiful and transcendent that I just tried to internalize those lyrics, and I saw the whole movie as a song.
It's really striking. Are you and she... Oh, no. I mean, I'm in love with her, but everybody's in love with her.
Life can have a funny way of surprising you. My mom got pregnant with me when she was 18. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. My Aunt Jenny also ended up with her high school boyfriend. I thought we would be one big happy family forever. But the universe had other plans.
I'm very sorry. Your husband and sister were in a car accident. We did everything we could.
Let's start with Colleen Hoover's novel, and how much of a reference was it for the film?
Well, the novel is the reference for the film. It's the source material. It's written from two different perspectives that alternate chapter by chapter from Morgan and Clara's perspectives, and it tells the story of a family, an extended family, in the wake of an unexpected tragedy, having to process both grief and some unexpected feelings of betrayal that come up.
That's a very succinct, beautiful way of whittling down this plot. I've been trying to figure out.
It out. It's really hard. Thank you.
Yes, that. I just lost my dad and my aunt. I just want to leave.
It's been a long year.
Then let's leave.
And we couldn't know that the sun was collapsing.
It feels like there's this wall between her and me.
How easy was it to find the perfect tone for this, mixing the dramatic and the romantic?
You know, this movie is really balancing a few different tones. There's romance and drama and humor and, you know, serious, heavy emotions that lead to tears. And so that is a difficult task to pull off, but I give our director Josh Boone a lot of credit for just kind of overseeing it all and making sure that each scene kind of seamlessly blended into the next and didn't feel like all of a sudden you're in a different movie.
I think what he did so well, Josh is an incredibly gifted director for many reasons, but one of the things I admire the most is that he has a really light touch. And the prep he does before starting to shoot a movie is, I think he would agree, is the bulk of his work in the hiring of people, department heads, of actors, building the cast, the sets, setting it all up. And then once it's all there, he's very laissez-faire. He's very hands-off. He trusts everyone to trust their own instincts and do what he hired them to do, what he knows they can do. Josh was so good at allowing for both comedic and dramatic moments and knowing when they should arrive and helping to calibrate the whole thing. I give him all of that credit.
This is so freaking them. My mom's trying to make it like my dad never even existed.
Tell her the truth.
It would absolutely destroy her. Smiling feels wrong right now. Like it's too soon to be happy.
And to both of you, how much did you discuss the shared history and past between the characters as their dynamic evolves throughout the circumstances of the story?
We talked about it a lot. I mean, I would have talked about it more, but that's always true. No, we did. We talked about it.
No, I mean, the truth is the two of us and our director Josh would huddle up before pretty much every scene.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that, first off, that all the dialogue felt natural coming out of our mouths, but more so just okay, at this point in the story, does this make sense now based on what we've already shot? And so it was a lot of calibrating because it was a really nuanced arc that our characters have. But it was the three of us in a very close collaboration, talking constantly, things changing constantly at the last second, but ultimately for the betterment of the movie.
Those are the kinds of conversations that I love so much. It just deepens the stories because you don't have time to talk about all of it on the screen. Yeah. This movie is tight. We smushed a lot of book into, under 2 hours. So
but you have to feel that history.
Totally.
And we have very little real estate to do that, and so we got to make the most of each moment.
Yeah.
What aren't you telling me? There's a lot I wish I'd done differently. But I'll never spend 1 second regretting you. You deserve to be happy. No regrets, right? Everywhere, everything.
Felt very lucky and very, very happy to. Yeah. I guess just because we've worked together multiple times, and Jesse too, so many of our department heads, it just felt like if we were all going to be stuck together in a basement, it was nice that we knew each other so well and to kind of experience this together. Yeah.
Start with that because of the creative process of making multiple films together and creating a character every time. So how do you work together off camera before the discussions, the brainstorming?
Well, I guess there wasn't much rehearsal for this one, but there was a bit.
It was a bit. We were rehearsing or talking about kinds of kindness.
Exactly. Or doing press work.
Yeah.
Do you ever get confused about, which film you're on at the moment? No, I'm joking. Of course not, because every film is so specific, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. There is a sense of ease when you're able to just sort of, when you know each other and when you have that ability to just cut straight to the point of the thing.
I took comfort in the fact that, I'd worked with them previously because we didn't have all that much time.
Yeah.
Before this movie, we had a couple of weeks, but I remember thinking, I wish we had a month because there was a lot of dialogue. But, we tried to use the time as best we could, and it's such a rich, thought-provoking script that everyone on set, it's impossible for you not to bring your own experience to it because it just kind of demands it.
They want you to think it's you, that it's you who made this world. But it's always been them. All we've lost, all that's been done to us, we're setting that right again.
How much fun is it for you, Yorgos, to kind of morph new characters with actors you've worked with before, you know? Get out of Bella Baxter and get in this.
Fun. Well, it's fun to watch because I'm just there mostly as an audience member, you know, like, and I try to create this conditions for them to be able to, you know, try things, explore things, and figure it out for themselves, and then I just, you know, watch. So it's always, you know, fun, and we were saying before, like, I then even notice more things while I'm editing about their performances and what they've contributed to the characters, because, you know, during filming you're so stressed, there's so many things going on, and, you know, sometimes you lose all these, you know, minute differences in someone's, you know, performance. So yeah, I'm always pleasantly surprised and enjoy, watching them create the characters.
Welcome to the headquarters of the human resistance.
Where's my hair?
Your hair has been destroyed to prevent you from contacting your ship.
What ship?
Your mothership?
Emma, how much do you enjoy that? And do you get more immersed or more attached to those types of characters?
I don't know.
You got a little bit attached to Bella.
I was just about to say, the only one that I like still can't shake is Bella. I guess more immersed than attached, but Bella attached. Feels like my child.
In the next 48 hours, the police and the FBI will begin a statewide manhunt. I'm a high-profile female corporate executive. I am crucial. In all humility, I can say that. Think of it like you abducted the governor, but worse.
What was the biggest challenge of this one for the two of you because of the nature of the interaction of both characters?
What do you think?
Oh my God.
The tone is always something you're trying to discover, and, you know, what makes Yorgos' film so exciting is they're always sort of walking this line that feels like new territory, even within his filmography. You know, there's some, at least from my perspective, there's something that a thread connecting them all, but feels like a sort of offshoot in their own way. And so this felt like that. I don't know. It was just a constant sort of exploration into how far you could push the extremes of the tone, I guess.
What was really fun for me about the dynamic between these two characters was it feels like sort of a dance, you know, kind of like a jousting match all the time, in the way we were sort of constantly reading each other and preparing for, you know, it's like a wrestling match. So that was, I loved getting to do that with Jesse. Also, Jesse's just so incredible that it makes it really fun, even when it's, you know, challenging because there is so much dialogue.
That dinner scene, I think Will even mentions it in the exposition in that scene, that it sort of takes on the tone of like a Wild West sort of with that long dinner table. I mean,
it's like a bunch of different versions of showdowns throughout to varying degrees.
I've done a ton of research on this. You're killing our planet.
Alien fellas. I'm not an alien.
You're lying to me.
What's the difference? You know this is crazy. You know this is wrong.
What is it most about for you, this film?
Happy, fun stuff?
Yeah.
Light?
To me, humanity. I mean, the nature of it, the course of it, the history of it. Yeah, just trying to reflect what that means right now.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. There's just anything and everything to do about town. Need a lowdown of the top spots in Chicago? Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city has become a destination known for its vibrant art scene, cultural attractions, excellent shopping, and majestic architecture. The city's art and architecture takes cues from 20th century design. Architects Louis Sullivan and Frank Lloyd Wright, and artists like Picasso, Miro, Dubuffet, and Chagall are the known design mavens who've beautified the city. There's the Art Institute of Chicago, a world-class museum that holds thousands of art masterpieces. Its collection dates from thousands of years back, including paintings, prints, photography, sculptures, and even architectural drawings, textiles, and decorative art. Surely a feat for the eyes. Impressionist and post-impressionist paintings, including Georges Seurat's 1884 A Sunday Afternoon on La Grande Jatte, Renoir's 1879 Acrobats at the Cirque Fernando, and numerous paintings by Claude Monet are among the popular ones in the museum. The city isn't short of spectacular sports events too. There's the Chicago Bears in American football, the Chicago White Sox and Cubs in baseball, and who wouldn't forget the Chicago Bulls in basketball? The Millennium Park is also a hip place to visit, being a venue for many creative events. The park has a pavilion for outdoor concerts, an interactive fountain, plus a huge garden and plaza. Chicago also boasts of the famous Michigan Avenue, one of the most attractive boulevards in the U.S. Here, you will chance upon rows and rows of galleries, boutiques, and luxury shops. People often drop by the Wrigley Building, the famous Tribune Tower, and the John Hancock Center. The Navy Pier, which dates back to 1916, is another famous tourist spot. It's got up to 50 acres of gardens, attractions, restaurants, shops, concert venues, botanical gardens, and parks. There's a huge Ferris wheel and a carousel too. There's a 3D IMAX theater and the Chicago Shakespeare Theater for classical performances. The pier is most known for its sightseeing tours and excursions. Better catch one during your visit. Last but not least are the destinations for learning. Visit the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum of Natural History for some educational fun. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies
in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Dr. Al-Dadaris, thank you so much for your time today. I wanted to start off by asking you about this week, an incredibly busy week. The focus is on the United Nations. How do you view the UN's role and its credibility at a time when there is a lot going on in the world?
This is the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. If we want to assess what the UN has done in the last 80 years, you will see that there would never be those vaccination campaigns around the world that saved millions of children from disease had it not been for the UN. We would not have seen hundreds of millions of voters casting their vote around the world if it not been for the UN and UNDP working on elections. I can speak about endless examples of why the UN is indispensable. We cannot think of a future without the UN. Now, we need to make sure the UN is relevant, it is efficient, it is optimizing its resources, and it is making sure that where we spend money, we see outcomes, not just implementation. And this is a big challenge. And the SG's progress report recently to the member states about UN 80 and what type of reforms is a great example of how serious we are as UN about these reforms and about living up to the expectations of we the people of the world.
I mean, there are incredible expectations on the UN. You spoke about that idea of the UN needing to be relevant. Critics will look at the UN and say it needs reforming. Do you think that those shortcomings overshadow the progress and the achievements that the UN achieves?
Yes, because what's visible of the UN vis-à-vis ordinary people are two things. Either the humanitarian support that they receive in times of crisis, and that's very visible. Either the development support that we provide for countries coming out of colonialism in the 50s and 60s and building their states and building their institutions. But also they see the Security Council, and they see sometimes the inability of the Security Council to convene around very important and crucial subject matters. So I think it does overshadow, unfortunately, it does overshadow the great achievements and the hard work. But that doesn't mean we should be complacent. We are working very hard to make sure every dollar spent, every taxpayer's dollar produces tangible results in development and in reducing pain around the world.
Focusing in on the Arab region, from the UNDP's point of view, what are some of the biggest challenges facing that region at the moment?
The region is going through an extraordinary juncture. First, look at the external context. Trade wars, climate, and the region is impacted by climate much more than other regions in the world because of drought, and temperature increases here twice as the global average. So climate has become a serious issue in the region. We are witnessing in the Levant today the worst drought in the last 70 years, which means Syrian refugees, if they come back to Syria, to their farmland, they will not find water to farm their land. So that's just a simple example of the challenges we are facing. But there are other issues, of course. Conflict,
We have 30% of all conflicts in the world, even though we are only 5% of the world's population. And we have 30% of the total IDP population of the world, again, and we are only 5% of the world's population. Now, in this context, add to it the crisis and conflicts. We are surrounded by, and not only surrounded, we are within and inside these conflicts. But I would like to add internal aspects that we need to take care of. The region suffers from deteriorating productivity. Productivity in the Arab world today is half of what used to be in 1980. Our share of the global economy today is half of what it used to be in 1980. Despite all the trillions of dollars that we have received in oil revenue and other types of incomes. And therefore, if we don't focus on knowledge, if we don't focus on economic diversification, if we don't focus on the right governance that attracts our youth to work in these countries, I don't see how we can come out of this vicious circle we are going through. Productivity decreasing, poverty increasing, conflicts and tensions increasing. But at the same time, the region has some very exciting spotlights. And we can talk about the artificial intelligence hub that we are building in Morocco, in the UAE, in working with Egypt, working with Saudi Arabia. We can talk about the fantastic work we are doing in Tunisia on water resource management, what we call the water portfolio, and so on and so forth. So it is not just a grim picture. It's much more diverse than this.
Well, to dig into the AI initiative that you mentioned, how will that benefit people within the region?
It will benefit on different levels. First of all, it's very important for us to establish the laws and regulations and the economics and the financial aspects of AI in our world. Because the AI, if not taken advantage of and taken care of, it will increase the gap between developing countries and developed countries. Our determination here is to reduce this gap. So first of all is the AI infrastructure. And secondly is the AI applications. The region is desperate for using AI in water management. It is desperate for using AI to predict climate change to reduce the risks for farmers. Small farmers in the region don't have any insurance. And therefore we are building now a program to provide insurance for small farmers, relying on AI to determine the exact climate change risk the farmer will be facing, and so on and so forth, including the justice sector. With justice being slow, number of judges less than what our countries need, and the processes are not automated, it is causing a lot of frustration. So AI comes in to help solve some of those problems.
You spoke about those protracted conflicts in the region. It's not perhaps as grim as many of us see on television, but there are protracted conflicts. How does that impact sustainable development efforts? And I guess what are the UN's priorities in trying to deal with those conflicts?
I mean, we know now that the impact of conflicts, specific and topical conflicts, don't stay within the borders of that particular country. We see how an impact, for example, of 12 days of fighting between Iran and Israel have caused a 0.5 percentage point loss in Egyptian GDP. So we are trying to understand exactly what is the meaning and the roots of each conflict and how do they interconnect with the rest of the region. Countries that thought they will never be touched by conflict, we see recently are being bombed. And therefore, it's time to think about our resilience to conflicts in an integrated and a regional manner. We have lost decades of human developments in these countries. In Syria, for example, we lost 40 years of human development. In Palestine, in Gaza, the model that we used to estimate the damage to human development, health, education, and economy, the model did not close. It became almost impossible to determine how much really we lost in human development in Gaza. So all these are decades of hard work and investments that's been wiped out, and we need now to replace, and we need to leapfrog, And we need to move very fast into the future, and that can only happen through regional cooperation. Not a single country alone can do this.
I want to speak about Syria, obviously a country close to your heart, I'm sure, as a Syrian. The UN has the green light to engage with the new government there. How is that engagement progressing? And in terms of development and aid objectives and goals, what is the UN prioritising there?
You know, we have now two parallel tracks moving about when it comes to the UN working in Syria. The first one is that the government of Syria itself has been able to develop an aid coordination system led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that allows the UN system to say, well, here are the priorities, this is where we need to allocate resources based on national priorities determined by the government and conveyed to us through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the first few weeks and months, this did not exist. So I'm happy to report that this system is now functioning, and that helped us a lot. But at the same time, we need to start developing a UN framework for Syria, the UN Sustainable Development Framework, and hopefully the new resident coordinator, who should be appointed soon, will be able to lead this exercise. For us as UNDP, you know, we are the development agency of the UN. You may know that 70% of all UN development funding in the world is UNDP. So in the Arab region, we spend about $1 billion a year in grant to the Arab states. So we have been working very hard, first to identify development requirements for recovery in Syria, a country that needs to grow at more than 7% for every year for the next 10 years to reach a level of acceptable recovery, which requires massive investments across all sectors. So we've been focusing on identifying these priorities: institutional capacities, energy, agriculture, water, support to small and medium enterprises, reviving the banking sector. We've been working in all these areas. We have managed to mobilize around $200 million for this year, and we predict that we will be able to mobilize between $200 to $300 million every year for the next 3 years. Now, this is not the hundreds of billions of dollars investments that the country needs, but using that money smartly to catalyze and to leverage additional resources into investments, into institution building. Hopefully, we will see the impact of this work in the next 3 to 4 years.
I want to ask about Gaza. Obviously, the scenes on television are horrific. We know that there is famine. We know that there are huge humanitarian challenges. What's your assessment of the situation, and how best can the UN Development Programme help the people in Gaza?
Well, the situation is post-apocalyptic. I mean, to say the least, people who are on the ground, our team who are still on the ground and working, they describe things that you never see in movies. Nonetheless, Gaza lost its human development completely. As I said before, we can no longer measure how many decades of human development that place has lost. In addition to West Bank and East Jerusalem, by the way, there is a regression of at least 40 years in development there as well. So what have we been doing? First of all, I need you to know that UNDP has something called the Program of Assistance to the Palestinian People. It is created by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1978, and UNDP is asked to run this program. We have invested more than $2 billion in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. Everything in Gaza is wiped out, of course, including the desalination station and solid waste systems and all of that. What are we doing in Gaza today? We have a team that provides clean drinking water to 400,000 people. We have a team that provides management of solid waste. We have already moved more than 300,000 tons of solid waste and prevented the spread of diseases. We have recruited thousands of doctors and nurses. The people you see on TV in the hospitals are mostly UNDP contracted professionals. We are now hiring 700 Palestinian engineers to start preparing the detailed plans for urban rehabilitation. We have designed all the urban rehabilitation plans for neighborhoods. We call the neighborhood revival plans. We have mobilized $100 million to be ready on day one, because you don't want to enter Gaza if and when there is a ceasefire without any money. We managed to mobilize, and we are ready with a comprehensive plan for Gaza recovery and reconstruction. And hopefully, when there is a conference for reconstruction of Gaza, what UNDP did as part of the UN will be the document to support the Arab Islamic plan for Gaza reconstruction.
The Palestinian issue very much in the spotlight this week at the United Nations, a high-level summit, countries around the world recognizing the Palestinian state. I wanted to ask what your reaction was to that, and do you feel that there is any benefit for the people in Gaza to see world powers coming here to New York to recognize the state?
There is no doubt that this is a very powerful symbolic move, and it will have definitely political consequences. It is the culmination of the struggle by the Palestinian people for their independence for the last 70 years. Now, for us looking at the situation, we have been analyzing what are the economics and institutional aspects of a Palestinian statehood. And simple conclusion is, without full control and sovereignty over natural resources, customs, taxes, transportation, and airspace of the Palestinian state, the Palestinian statehood will remain mostly symbolic. And we did our modeling work and our econometric work, and clearly says there is no recovery for Palestine or Gaza if that situation doesn't change, which means the Paris Accords of 1994 are not changed to adapt to actual statehood and independence.
I wanted to zoom in on Sudan. I believe the figure from the UN is that Sudan lost 25% of its GDP in a single year of conflict. What comes next? How can the UN help those communities that are dealing with that situation, ongoing conflict, displaced communities, and a huge loss of GDP?
I hope I don't sound controversial. Sudan is not and should not be a humanitarian case only. Sudan is a perfect example of what we call in the UN jargon the humanitarian development peace nexus. Focusing only on humanitarian assistance, which is extremely important and vital and an honorable exercise, is not sufficient. Believe it or not, in areas where we continue to operate in Sudan, in 6 out of 14 offices across the country we used to have, agricultural production increased. The number of small and medium enterprises have increased. The activities of these SMEs have been expanding. We are providing now microfinance and small loans to these SMEs. And we did a survey of these SMEs, and 60% of them are very optimistic about the future. So we need to make sure that, yes, while we are working on providing humanitarian assistance, we also need to make sure development continues and we don't lose all the development gains of the past. UNDP today is an essential part of whatever remains of the Sudanese health system. And now, when the government went back to Khartoum, we went back with it. And now we are leading a group of assessing what are the damages to infrastructures, facilities, universities, hospital, clinics, and the damage is enormous. So we need to combine the efforts for peace with the humanitarian assistance, which is extremely important. People are starving, with maintaining a development approach to all of this.
Dr. Al-Dadari, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your time today. I wanted to start by asking you, you are here in New York for the high-level UN General Assembly week. What role do you think the United Nations has to play in the world at this time when there are so many complex issues at play?
Key role. I think it should be the institution of peace. The only problem is that it's been undermined by the 193 members that compose it. I think any time the UN is engaged in peace mediation or any international activity, we usually find a solution. But right now the world is unfortunately rather transactional. This week is important because we're looking at a lot of key conflicts, like Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, situation in the Middle East, conflicts in Africa. So the UN should be engaged centrally in all of them.
But many of those things, as you admitted, are difficult to overcome. There are questions from critics about the UN's credibility in being able to handle some of those global conflicts. Do you have any suggestions for how the UN perhaps can move things forward, especially in the realm of peace?
Well, I mean, many suggestions. I remember when I was foreign minister, I think somewhere around 2011, we set up a group together with the then Turkish foreign minister, Ahmet Davutoglu, which was called the Friends of Peace Mediation. So I think we should find some new thinking in peace mediation, because right now what's happening is that a lot of peace mediation is transactional. So you just have a person nominated by whoever to negotiate the peace. But if you would have someone nominated by the United Nations, then that peace would stick. Other things, I think a lot of countries want to have more agency in the United Nations. Last year I proposed that the membership of the permanent Security Council should be doubled, because, you know, we have 5 countries there now. We have 0 from Latin America, 0 from Africa, and only 1 from Asia. And I think we need more. So it's all about basically giving, especially bigger member states, more ownership in the system. That could be a way of reforming the organization.
Focusing on Ukraine, in recent months we've seen you taking a very central role amongst the European leaders. Why do you feel it's important to be so central in trying to push back against Russia?
Well, I don't want to inflate my role or Finland's role, because we're very much in the back office. We try to help to interpret a situation. And then you ask the question why? Well, probably because we have a 1,340-kilometer border with Russia, and probably because we've had our skirmishes with Russia over the years, and we've also gotten along with Russia over the years. So what we try to do is to interpret a situation, and then if other European leaders are interested in our analysis, if Ukraine feels that we are useful, and if the United States feels that we're useful, then we are potentially having some influence. But again, it's a big boys game, and we just try to help.
Finland became part of NATO a couple of years ago in 2023. How have you seen things change since joining?
Well, obviously, I don't think we would have joined had not Russia attacked Ukraine. That then switched over public opinion in Finland pretty much overnight. And ever since, you know, we've always been well prepared. We have one of the largest militaries in Europe, together with Turkey, Ukraine, and Poland. And in that sense, I think a lot of our allies see us as security providers rather than security consumers. We didn't join NATO against anyone. We joined NATO to protect ourselves and to protect our allies who share values with us. So Finland's role has changed in the sense that I think the geopolitical realities of Europe have moved up to northeastern Europe, and together with Poland and the Baltic states and others, we take care of our flank of things.
The head of the Finnish Armed Forces Strategic Department has said in the past they believe that Russia could attack within 3 to 5 years after the end of the war in Ukraine. Do you hold to that assessment?
Well, obviously, as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, I sit on all the relevant information, operational, strategic, and otherwise. And we, of course, look at all kinds of different scenarios. But sometimes we have to understand that we live in an age of unpeace, in an age of disorder, where there will be a lot of unknown things coming at us. And we just have to learn how to live with that. The best way to prevent war is to prepare for it, and that's what I think Finland has always done.
You said recently that you thought it was a good thing that Donald Trump, the US president, was making Europe more self-reliant. Are there any coordinated European efforts underway, I guess, to move that forward?
Well, I think inside NATO we're already doing that. So President Trump and the security situation in Europe has pushed us to increase our defense expenditure from 2% of GDP to 5%. It's pushed us to do more work on defense industry. It's pushed us to work more inside the alliance. So, for instance, in NATO, we now have a Baltic sentry activity in the Baltic Sea because Russia cutting undersea cables. For instance, we have a Eastern sentry operation in the air because Russia is flying drones into Polish airspace and violating Estonian airspace. So we're doing a lot of things together because of circumstance. Having said all of that, as an avid transatlanticist, I feel that it's very important that the United States stays engaged in Europe.
And staying with the theme of the United States, you've spent time with the US president recently. You've played golf together, private meetings, lots of conversations. Did you have an opportunity to change his mind or calculations on anything during those meetings and conversations?
I don't think that's necessarily the aim. I think diplomacy is based on two pillars. One is state-to-state relations, where it's about values, interests, geographic location, history and culture. And then the other one is a personal relationship. And you have to understand that coming from a country of 5.6 million people, there's always a benefit in being able to have a conversation with the president of the biggest superpower in the world. It's not so much about changing one's mind, it's about changing ideas. Some of them stick, others don't.
Those personal relationships, you say they are important. The US president prides himself on those personal relationships. How do you best manage that relationship with President Trump?
I think in diplomatic contact, it's really about human contact and emotional intelligence. I mean, you have to understand your place. When you come from a small country, you don't go around touting the magnificence of that country or telling anyone what to do. You have engaging conversations, and then you see where those conversations go. I've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time in the United States. I did my undergraduate work here. I have a lot of American friends. President Trump knows that I'm an avid transatlanticist, and I take the relationship from there. But again, I don't want to inflate it. I think President Trump is doing a good job in brokering peace around the world, and if we can have a conversation with him about that, I think that's good.
And in Finland's relationship with NATO, your country is very involved, very heavily focused on maritime security. Why is that so important?
Well, we try to focus on land, air and sea. But for us, maritime security is important because we are a Baltic Sea nation. And if you look at the map, we're almost like an island, even though we have a long border with Russia, a long border with Norway, and a long border with Sweden. But the truth is that all of our trade, 90% of it, goes through the Baltic Sea. If it's cut off, we're in trouble. That's why we focus a lot on things maritime. So we have a lot of know-how of the undersea infrastructure of the Baltic Sea. We have a sizable navy, which we are modernizing right now. with 4 new frigates, etc., etc. So maritime is just part of our culture and part of our geography.
I want to ask about China, because in the past you have spoken about it, I guess in the same terms of Russia, as being a potential threat. Why do you think that is, and in what area?
I think for me China is very different from Russia. China is not only an up-and-coming superpower, but it is a superpower. And on top of that, it's quite often a rational, strategic and patient superpower. So it is very calculative in what it does and very systematic. Whereas Russia is a superpower in decline, which is desperately trying to grasp to what used to be, and therefore has done what I would call rather reckless and strategically mistaken moves in, for instance, attacking Ukraine. So I would see them as completely different. And I would argue that right now it seems to me that it's wiser and easier to work with China than with Russia. But of course, coming from a small country, I'm also hoping for a day where not only the war in Ukraine ends, but where we can start working on a relationship with Russia from the West, with the US, etc., etc. But the world right now is a complicated place. I fully admit that. We're seeing a change in the world balance, order and dynamics. And I think we will live with this age of uncertainty for at least 5 to 10 years.
And staying with Ukraine, there has been such a rush for peace in recent months. Where do you see things going in the near term, over the next few months? Will we get peace?
Yeah, we will, step by step. But, there's one week where I'm optimistic and another one where I'm a little bit more on the pessimistic side. I guess the self-evident thing to say is that today we're closer to peace than we were yesterday, and tomorrow we'll be yet again closer. But I do think you have to sequence things. So that means that first we need a ceasefire, so basically to stop the killing. And then after that, we begin peace negotiations. I was in Kyiv a week and a half ago on Friday and Thursday and Friday. Had an opportunity to have long conversations with President Zelensky. And I know that the Ukrainians are able to sustain this war. But of course, the sooner we get it to end, the better.
You spoke about complex issues. One of the complex issues very much in the spotlight this week is the war in Gaza and the desire for Palestinian recognition from many countries. Finland has not so far recognized the state of Palestine. What played a part in the decision-making behind that?
Well, the way in which we look at it is we've always supported a two-state solution. That is engraved not only in the government's program, but also in the foreign and security policy papers that we work on. The constitution in Finland is rather clear. It is the government that proposes the recognition of a state, and it is I, as an institution, as president, who recognize it. And I know that the government is working on the modalities of how to recognize a Palestinian state. And when the time is ripe, I am sure they will give me a proposal, which I will then approve. We now see an international movement of recognition, which I think is good. And Finland has been involved in negotiating, for instance, the declaration coming from Saudi Arabia and France, and also sponsoring it. So we're going one step at a time.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News,
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.